Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Day number 2 of the ALABCA Showcase. Team Cardinal, Team Forest, Chaz Branham starting it off. And he will float that one to short. And we got your baseball underway on a Wednesday. Seems like we were here just a few hours ago. Well, maybe that's because we were here just a few hours ago. Late into the night last night, compliments of Mother Nature. We have talked. I did anyway. On the way over to Mama Nature, just kind of said, hey, do you mind? I mean, I was very polite because, as you know, you don't want to make Mother Nature mad, and you definitely don't want to fool Mother Nature into right field. That'll be a Quentin Robinson base hit. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson to bring you the play-by-play. James Crenshaw is producing. Juwan and Lauren on cameras on the 11th day of June. Swing and a miss by Ryan Rowland. Robinson tagged out trying to get to second. And there's 2 gone, but as you know, it's not about outs, it's about hitters. We'll get 5 of them in the inning. And this is the 3 guy. Bases cleared. Swing and a miss by Ryan Rowland. And he will strike out. 3 gone, 4-hitter coming to the plate next. It is Gage Davis. Meanwhile, on the hill, Riker Shankles. Shankles from Fort Payne, 2026 grad. Infielder and right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 150. Facing Gage Davis with Evan Foster to follow. And all arm fire data back up on the scoreboard. Thank you very much to Troy University. Base hit, Gage Davis. I don't think he's been an out yet. Played very well yesterday. Picks up a base hit here in the first with 1 more hitter to go, Evan Foster. Here is your schedule today. Columbia and Royal at 11-ish. Black and Forest 1-ish, 3-ish, Columbia and Navy. Black and Navy at 5. Fouled away by Evan Foster. Evan Foster from Robertsdale, 2026 grad, first baseman. 6 feet 190. Swing and a miss by Evan Foster. And a couple of strikes, 75 mile an hour. Riker Shankles pitch. This, I believe, is it for Team Cardinal. Yep, their 3rd game. And they sure would like to leave with a win. Lost to Royal last night, 4-2. And in the opening game, lost 6-5 to Navy. High pitch to Evan Foster. And for Forest, 1 more game to go against Black. It's at 1. And they come into this one with a 0-1 mark. Finished in a tie ball game against Columbia. Ground to short. A step on the bag at second gets the lead runner, and that puts it into the top of the first. We're underway, day 2 of the ALABCA Upperclassmen All-Star event. We head to the bottom of the inning after a scoreless top part of inning number 1. Seth Williams on the hill for Team Cardinal. And it is Landon Archer who will start things for Forrest. Seth Williams from Wicksburg as he will strike out Archer to begin the bottom of the first. 2026 grad outfielder and right-handed pitcher. 6'1", 170. And there's one away in the bottom of the first. Outside with the offering to Braylon Ball. In our pursuit of 6,800 YouTube subscribers before we leave here this afternoon, we are about 75 away. I know that's a pretty big jump for today, but I believe. So what? We need about, got 5 games today, so need 5 per game. No, that's not right. That's really poor math. Let's see. You need, help me here, James. If you got a calculator. I need to get a calculator, apparently. What about 15? 15 per game to make 60. We need 75. I think that's 15 a game. Yeah. One of my favorite things about doing these games is showing how much I don't know. There are many topics in school in which I struggled, math being foremost among them. Wrapped over towards third. Picked up there and whipped over to first by Gage Davis. And out goes Braylon Ball. So 2 gone with Judson Bryant to the plate. All right, it is 15 needed per game to get to 6,800. As soon as I said 5, my mind went back to my 3rd grade class when we had the multiplication tables. And that has been many, many, many moons ago. But it was one of those situations that as soon as it left my mouth, I'm like, that ain't right. I can remember that 3rd grade class, and 5 times 5 was not 75. Judson Bryant and Brookwood. 2026 grad outfielder, 5'10", 185. Another opportunity for Gage Davis. And he'll get Bryant on the 5-3. Tyler Butts next from Oneonta. Entering his senior year, infielder at 6 feet, 175 pounds. He is the 4th hitter in the bottom of the first. Baseball back here at Troy on Friday. Ground to short. And the throw from Easton Kilpatrick to first, getting Tyler Butts. Here is part of the Showcase Series. Caleb Chapman next. And again, an opportunity for Kilpatrick at short, whips it over to first, and the bottom of the first goes quickly and quietly. Got a zombie runner aboard as we get the top of the second underway. And that is Evan Foster. Wells Gainey next from Arrington. Typically, your pitchers get a couple of innings of work. Today, though, is the day that if you're going to have a pitcher only work one, then in the past, we've seen them only work one. Not for Riker Shankles, though. He is in his second inning of work. Gainey Wells of Arrington. Or actually, Wells Gainey. .2026 grad catcher, 5'6", 170. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Gainey swatting that up the middle. Base hit. Here comes Foster around third. Throw cut off, and you've got to run in for the Cardinals. So Gainey delivering with an RBI single. And Team Cardinal on the board. Off and running is Gainey. Throw down in late. And a stolen base for Gainey. Dorsett Jackson from Prattville next. 2026 grad infielder at 5'10", 195. Left-handed hitter. Right-handed thrower. Let me correct that. Height and weight. 6 feet, 180. I hop down to Carter Judah. But Dorsett Jackson, 6-footer, 180-pounder. A lot of matters from yesterday left unresolved. And one of them being Dorsett, from the standpoint of where the namesake came from. Was it a grandparent? I speculated Tony Dorsett. James didn't think that was accurate. I think your assumption was they just liked the name and said, let's use it, let's do it. I like it too, and we've already decided that if James Crenshaw ever has a child, a son, I guess, could you call a daughter Dorsett? I guess you might could, but if he has a son, it's going to be Dorsett. Tagged out going to third is Gainey. To first goes Dorsett Jackson. Yeah, the put out will go 1-5. Carter Jr. next. And our other unresolved issue, which we need to find out in this game. I mean, before we go to game number 2, because this is the last one for the Cardinals, is Carter Jr. Rams that over to third, throw to first, dropped. And everybody is safe. Jackson at third, Carter Jr. at first. And that's got Brady Lewis coming to the plate. But our last dilemma involving Team Cardinal is, again, where's Ware? Brandon Ware would be coaching, has been for the last 5 or 6 years. Xavier Phillips has done an excellent job in his stand, but the whole ALABCA world is asking, where is Brandon Ware? I mean, I had text on the way in. Do you know? Have you heard anything? Okay, I didn't get text on the way in. Kind of fabricated that part. But I'm just, thinking that there's probably a lot of concern. All in jest, by the way. Brandon's fine, I'm sure. Brady Lewis coming to the plate. 1-0 ball game. Team Cardinal taking the lead here in the top part of the second. Riker Shankles wrapping up his 2 innings of work and fans Brady Lewis. Strikeout number 2 for Shankles. Out number 2 as well. $73-mile-an-hour pitch into the strike zone. That is popped up left side, but it gets out of play. Porter Nelson at the plate. Well, if you are looking to top numbers from a day ago, top speed on a pitch, 88. Top number of strikeouts from a pitcher, 7. Furthest distance of a hit, 346 feet. Most strikeouts, back-to-back, 4. Way outside with a pitch. Here comes Jackson from third to score. And the wild pitch makes it a 2-zip game. How about most runs in an inning? 3, which to me is a little surprisingly low. That 3-run inning was with a zombie runner. Ground to short. And Kilpatrick goes over to first. We'll get Porter Nelson. And let me correct that. I don't think that was Kilpatrick at short, but did not pick up a number. Riker Shankles, though, wrapping up his 2 innings of work. And it's a 2-zip ball game as we head to the bottom of the second. Got a zombie runner aboard. That is Caleb Chapman, and he'll get in safely with a steal at second base. With Josiah Dubose at the plate. Last game for Cardinal, next to the last one for Forest. No BP, no infield, outfield. That all happened yesterday. Today, nothing but baseball. Outside with a pitch from Seth Williams. Swing and a miss by Dubose. A University Charter product, a junior this upcoming year. Infielder at 5'10", 165. Chops it towards short. Run is conceded. It's a 2-1 game as Chapman scores on the 6-3 put out of Dubose. That is now Gage Davis playing short. Chaz Branham has moved over to third. So a productive out for Dubose, picking up the RBI. Wyatt Garner next from Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa. 2026 grad, first baseman, 6 feet 210. Left-handed hitter and thrower. And he will launch that one in the direction of center. Gage Davis backing up and then called off, and he will relinquish. Making the catch is Dorsett Jackson. Two going and one in. Ryan Hearn to the plate. Ryan Hearn from Pelham. And he will ground out to second. Third hitter in the inning. Fourth guy coming to the plate in the form of Will Jones. Also, day number 2 of the showcase is when sometimes you see, say, a pitcher from another team pitch with the original opposition. Just as an opportunity to get some reps in. Give scouts an opportunity to give it a look. Evan Foster thinking that was out number 5. It was actually out number 4. I understand the confusion too. When you get a zombie runner and you know there's 5 guys, sometimes that kind of throws off your baseball rhythm. But it's 5 hitters that come to the plate. This is Tayshawn Love. And apparently our catcher took a blow that has got him in pain. Well, again, the catcher's got all kinds of protective gear, but that's going to hit something that's just not completely protected. And at the moment, it looks like we might be getting a replacement behind the plate. Catcher is such a difficult job. You got extra gear, so you are extra hot. And as I mentioned it yesterday, it just takes kind of a special breed of a player to be able to play that role. And two, know that to some degree you're going to get beat up in every game. Maybe not that serious, maybe not this serious where it takes you a while to get rolling, but you pretty much know as a catcher you're going to take a shot. And Ryan Rowland from Headland is making his way to the dugout, but is very, very slowly into the dugout, and apparently we're going to get a new catcher. Tayshawn Love coming to the plate, and here is that catcher. Let's see who you've got listed as catchers on the Cardinal team. You've got Rowland, you've got Gainey, you've got Lewis. And I believe this is Lewis. A couple of digits on the back of the jersey. The other two catchers with one digit, and of course with those straps cutting across the back. Difficult to see the numbers, but I believe this is Brady Lewis of Dale County. Tayshawn Love, fifth hitter in the inning. Caleb Chapman has scored. Dubose drove him in with a 6-3. Garner popped out. Hearn and Jones ground out. And now Love at the plate. Chopped foul by Love. Love from Hatton, entering his senior year, an outfielder at 5'9", 180. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Ground right back to Seth Williams, and he'll lob it over to first. Get the out on the 1-3. 5 go up and 5 go down, but the zombie runner driven in by Dubose to cut the lead in half. Seth Williams, the pitcher, has turned into Seth Williams, the hitter, here in the top of the third. Just finished his second inning of work. And promptly delivers with a base hit into left field. So it's been a pretty good morning for Seth Williams. Works 2 innings, does not give up a hit. Allows a single run, and that was the zombie runner. And now comes to the plate and delivers with a base hit. Easton Kilpatrick next. Low and away with the opening 82-mile-an-hour pitch. Outside, that will roll towards the screen. Seth Williams will roll towards second. All pitches outside of the strike zone to Easton Kilpatrick. Riker Shankles finished his 2 innings of work, faced a total of 10. Gave up 3 hits. Had a couple of strikeouts. No walks and allowed 2 runs. As that one is wrapped foul by Easton Kilpatrick. And stepping up onto the bump is Will Jones. Will Jones is from Huntsville, 2026 grad outfielder and right-handed pitcher. He'll give a walk to Kilpatrick. 6-footer, 180-pounder. Left-handed hitter and right-handed thrower. Facing Harley Puckett. Couple of base runners on here in the top of the third. And we are back to the top of the order next. So definitely a difference in the number of players here for Team Cardinal. Today as compared to yesterday. Sent into center field by Puckett. Tagging and going to third, Seth Williams. One out with runners on the corners. Chaz Branham, who popped out to short, coming to the plate. The Brantley, Alabama product. 2026 grad infielder, 5'10", 160. I mentioned yesterday, Brantley just synonymous with great small school athletics. In with the stolen base is Kilpatrick. And really just about every sport has produced either state champs or almost state champs. But it was in the world of basketball that produced their 2 biggest athletic names. Chuck Persons, known as the Rifleman, played in the NBA back in the, I think it was the 70s, early 80s. And then Wes Persons, stellar career at Auburn. And maybe not quite the NBA career that Chuck Persons had, but pretty good career nonetheless. All Brantley products. Chaz Branham with a fly out to short in the first. I live in Florella, and to give you an idea of their dominance in these small towns, small schools, Florella beat Brantley this year in football for the first time in 40 years. And they're in the same district. So there have been a ton of meetings between these two. They have just been a dominant force in athletics. Just a little bit inside. After the win there in Florida, I expected to drive by Matthews Stadium and see the goalpost torn down. It was like winning the Super Bowl for the Wildcats. That's behind Branham, and in from third will come Williams. Branham giving a walk down to first. And Kilpatrick will go to third. Quentin Robinson next. Robinson with a single. Got caught stealing second in the first. Ryan Rowland moving to the on-deck circle. Robinson from Pike Road, 2027 grad. Outfielder at 5'8", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. That is popped up to the right side. And on the run, catch made by Braylon Paul. So Robinson with a fly out, 2 runners stranded, 1 runner in. We head to the bottom of the third. Forrest coming to bat. First pitch in the bottom of the third. Haynes Bridges wrapping it to third. Mishandled by Kilpatrick. And aboard is Haynes Bridges. That is the first Cardinal error of the game. Forrest with an error as well. Jesse Eisense next. Off and running is Bridges. And he's tagged out trying to take second. So a runner gets on, but the stolen base is denied, and it negates the error. Kind of balances that out. And Eisense from James Clemens at the plate. Entering his senior year for Johnny Johnson. Infielder at 5'9", 155. Had the privilege of going to James Clemens as the ALABCA Game of the Week in April, I believe it was, maybe the last week of the regular season. As a matter of fact, I think all the classifications except 7A were into the postseason when we were there. But James Clemens and Bob Jones tangled on that night. Swing and a miss for Jesse Eisenseed. And there's two gone with a strikeout. Third hitter in the inning. With nobody aboard, two gone. Two hitters. The new pitcher, by the way, that is Ron Wallace. Ron Wallace from Baldwin County. Left-handed pitcher who will be a junior this year. 5'11", 180 pounds. That is Connor Scott wrapping into the 4-3. And this is Riker Shankles. Shankles with those 2 innings of work on the bump, 10 faced, 2 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, and 2 runs. And Ron Wallace of Baldwin County replacing Seth Williams. And in those 2 innings of Seth Williams' work, had a single strikeout, did not issue a walk, did not give up a hit, and allowed a lone run. Well, I haven't checked out the weather for today. Let's see how warm it is to begin things. James is, by the way, superstitious, as that is dropped into left field by Shankles. And he's got a 3-out base hit. So he thinks when I reference the weather that it will thus bring in. But I'm not going to look at the radar. Just going to look at current temperature. He says that's acceptable. 79 feels like 86. Should have a high of 85 today. Air quality 28 and good. UV index 6 and high. Winds out of the west-southwest at a mile an hour. That is smacked right underneath shortstop's mitt by Landon Archer. He's the 5th hitter, so everybody's going to continue to run. Shankles will come in to score, makes it a 2-2 ball game. Tagged out is Archer trying to get to third. Let's go to the 4th. We're all knotted up. Team Cardinal, Team Forest. Top of the fourth gets underway. Ryan Rowland will start it off. Will Jones getting his second inning of work in on the hill for Team Forest. It is a 3-2 game, by the way. I said 2-2. Missed one of the three Cardinal runs. They got two in the second and one in the third. That is lifted in the direction of center field. Rylan Rowland with a fly out. One gone for Gage Davis. Got to go back and look at what Davis has done. I'm thinking he has been pretty successful at the plate. Had a couple of base hits against Royal in a 2-for-2 performance, and in the opening game, 0-for-3. So 3 consecutive at-bats with hits, and 3 for 6 overall. Also got your even inning zombie runner. That is Quentin Robinson over at first. Typically we see those zombie runners in the second, fourth, and sixth. Davis thought about it, lays off the pitch, 78 miles an hour, and outside of the strike zone. Popped up left side over near the batting cage. There is room and there is a catch. Again, only numbers on the back of the jersey and the positions changed frequently. So let's see if I can grab a number to be able to give you the name of the gentleman making the catch over in foul territory. As out will go Gage Davis. Well, never picked up those numbers at third. But I'll catch it before the inning's done. Ground a short, bobbled there. That was Riker Shankles making the play. And that was the error from Connor Scott. Couple of runners on. Wells Gainey, the fourth hitter in the inning, coming to the plate. Dorsett Jackson to the on-deck circle. Again, rehashing the rules in the showcase, 5 hitters per inning. All hitters get, I probably should say, at least 2 at-bats. In some instances, a third. If a hitter's hit by a pitch, counts as a ball and the at-bat resumes. Home half of the inning played regardless of the score in inning number 6. And if we get ahead of schedule, good thing. We'll start the next game a little early. Shot towards center field, and reaching up and plucking it is Tayshawn Love. Well, did something happen after the fact? Looked like a catch. Did Robinson not tag? Not sure what happened, but obviously there was a little discussion between fielders and umpires. Ground to first, and tagged out is Dorsett Jackson. 2 runners stranded, nobody scores. We're headed to the home half of the fourth. Cardinals up by 1. Well, there's the double play that goes 6-4 and 3. Braylon Paul wrapping into the DP with a zombie runner aboard. So this is one of those innings that could have 6 outs in it. Judson Bryant next. Bryant ground into a 5-3. Tyler Butts, Caleb Chapman, and Josiah Dubose all due up here in the home half of the 4th. Ron Wallace getting his 2nd inning of work in. And as Davis fielding it short, going to first, and Bryant out number 3. But hitter number 2. Tyler Butts ground into a 6-3. He was the 4th out in that 5-out first inning. Seth Williams, a stellar job in his 2 innings of work. Did not give up a hit. And the only run was that zombie run. 65-mile-an-hour pitch to Tyler Butts. Carter Judah, Brady Lewis, Porter Nelson, Seth Williams in the top of the 5th for Team Cardinal. $80-mile-an-hour pitch, followed by a 78-mile-an-hour offering to Tyler Butts. 2 weeks from now, back here, the underclassmen will be here as that one is sent into left field. Tyler Butts with a 3-out single. Caleb Chapman to the plate. Josiah Dubose to follow. But in 2 weeks, the underclassmen, a little smaller field of 4 versus 6. So I guess you've actually got a round robin. I haven't looked at the schedule, but I'm assuming that if you got 4 teams, they may play everybody once. Mishandled by Branham at third. Butts on his way to third. He's there safely. Caleb Chapman now standing at second. And a couple of runners in scoring position for Josiah Dubose. Dubose drove in a run in the second, drove in Chapman with a 6-3 putout. He is the 5th hitter to come to the plate here in the 4th. Last one of the inning. 76-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside part of the plate. That'll get into the dirt. Here comes Butts from third. We are now tied at 3. Moving to third is Chapman. Dubose with a swing and miss at a 76-mile-an-hour offering. 1 ball, a couple of strikes to Dubose. Got your showcase full count at 4-2. The Wallace pitch fouled away. Baseball this weekend here and in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Next weekend in Mobile and Atlanta. And then in a couple of weeks, as I mentioned, back here, popped up by Dubose to right. 1 runner is stranded, 1 runner in. We're tied at 3 going to the 5th. Top of the 5th, Carter Judah starts it. Randy Lewis, Porter Nelson, Seth Williams, Easton Kilpatrick, All 2 up in the inning. Decent crowd on hand watching baseball here at Troy University. As that one is shot up the middle, base hit from Judah. 5th hit of the game for Team Cardinal. And Brady Lewis will come to the plate with a base runner on. All right, we're a little better than halfway through the game. Got to check my subscriber total, see if we've grown any by 2. Okay, now we need 73. I'm definitely not going to do the math on 73 at about 4 games and 2 innings left. But if you'll subscribe to our YouTube channel, we'll do the 2-step, 3-step. What? I don't know anything about dancing. We'll turn a somersault. No, motion like that makes me sick. Well, thank you for subscribing. I know that's kind of puny, but we appreciate it. Lined over to third, and you got the double play turned as Josiah Dubose brings in the liner from Brady Lewis and gets Carter Judah at first as well. Two gone from Porter Nelson. Seth Williams, Easton Kilpatrick, 2 up in the inning, 2. You know, the other thing that we have not had, still unresolved, is we do not have video proof that Barry Dean is actually in New York coaching. Says that's where he's at. Swing and a miss, and out will go Porter Nelson. Landon Gallagher making quick work of Nelson. 3 gone, Seth Williams, Easton Kilpatrick, 2 up. Landon Gallagher, the new pitcher from Munford. 2027 grad, right-handed pitcher at 5'10", 150. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Don't go far in between games. No dragging the field. No field prep necessary. Artificial turf, so it won't take long for a turnaround to get game number 2 underway. What a nice play at first by Wyatt Garner. Took the Riker Schenkel shot, fields it, and gets Seth Williams. Easton Kilpatrick, the last hitter in the top of the 5th for Team Cardinal. Upstairs with a pitch. Again in baseball, congrats to Shelton State. They won the ACCC in D1. Wallace Dothan won the conference in D2. Base hit into center field from Kilpatrick. And he'll be stranded at first. Still tied at 3. We go to the bottom of the inning. Garner, Hearn, Jones, Love, and Bridges coming up. Bottom of the fifth, Wyatt Gardner to start it off. Chaz Branham at short makes the throw over to first, and Gardner's out on the 6-3. First game of the day. Got 4 more to go. A matchup between Columbia and Royal, followed by Black and Forest, Columbia and Navy, and Black and Navy. And your next game slated for an 11 a.m. start. But again, as the itinerary suggests, if the game prior ends early, then the next game will begin early as well. Ground to second by Hurd, 4-3 goes to put out. 2 outs for Will Jones. And I'm not sure about at the major league level or even the collegiate level, but at this level, I tell you who has a huge influence on the speed of the game, and that is the umpire. Umpire can allow 2.5 minutes of warm-up between innings, or can allow a minute to 90 seconds. And you may think, well, that's not much, but when you consider chopping off 2 minutes an inning, now you've lopped off about 12 to 15 minutes of the game. And these officials have run things quickly. Will Jones with 2 on. I make that 2 out. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. Tayshawn Love moving to the on-deck circle. Sixth inning for Team Cardinal starts with the bottom of the order. Jones with a fly out to right field for out number 3. That'll bring Tayshawn Jones to the plate. Tayshawn Love. I'm getting them all in this game, I hope. All the mistakes, all the miscues. I'm packing them all into this game and hopefully going to make it through the following 4. I won't say mistake-free. I don't think I've ever done in I don't know how many years of broadcasting a game with absolutely no mistake. But I'm going to try to make the next 4 as mistake-free as possible. Tayshawn Love grounding into the 1-3. 80-mile-an-hour pitch finding the strike zone. Anything that I can blame it on? I mean, asking James to see if maybe quick turnaround. I mean, anything. I'll take anything at this point. Fly out by Love, 4 gone. All right, no excuses. I hate excuses anyway, so I'm not going to use them. Wow, that's hit pretty well. 346 is the longest one yet. That one will go 341. Bridges on his way to third. Wouldn't go to third in a real game, and he was the 5-hitter and says, why not? So Bridges with a double, tagged out at third. Nobody scores in the bottom of the 5th, and we are headed to the 6th. Bottom of the order, top of the sixth, Harley Puckett will start it. Chaz Branham, Quinn Robinson, Rylan Rowland, Gage Davis, all two up in the inning 2. And why not head to the bump if you are Chaz Branham? He's done a little bit of everything else, Chaz Branham. Throw over to first, and out will go. Is that Kilpatrick? Typically it is the last hitter. The last out of the prior inning. If so, he's out. Picked off at first. I don't think that has happened today or yesterday. I know it hasn't happened today. Puckett wrapping into the 4-3. And we're back at the top of the order. We're talking about Chaz Branham. Done a little bit of everything, now back to the plate for the third time. He has played short, he's played third. I don't know if we have seen him on the hill, listed as an infielder. 5'10", 160. Popped up over near first. And Branham with the fly out to first baseman Wyatt Garner. Quinn Robinson next. Landon Gallagher of Munford getting his second inning of work in. Will Jones, 2 innings, 10 face, no strikeouts, 2 walks, a hit, and a run allowed. As Robinson grounds it to first. Quick underhand, got the out on the 3-1 of Robinson. Ryan Rowland to the plate. Ron Wallace of Team Cardinal, 10 innings of work. 10 hitters faced in 2 innings. No strikeouts. No walks. Collision, but hanging on to it is Tyler Butts. And that may have hurt the hand of Wyatt Garner. I actually thought the recipient of the worst of it was going to be Tyler Butts. But it is Garner holding the hand. Apparently okay. But still kind of favoring that hand. You can see him looking, hesitating to stick the glove back on, but it's on, and he's moving the glove, and then everything apparently okay. Gage Davis next. But Ron Wallace, 2 innings, 10 face, no strikeouts, no walks. He gave up a couple of hits. And allowed a couple of runs. Outside with the pitch to Gage Davis, who is 1 for 2 in the game. He is singled and popped out to third. That was quickly over towards the dugout. Got a screen. They may want to move that screen a little bit so it's protecting more of the tent. As a matter of fact, there's children underneath the tent, and they are now situating themselves in a different spot. Better protected. Up the middle, Gage Davis delivering with his second base hit of the game. And he's going to be tagged out at second, but took off for second because he was hitter number 5. Nobody scores in the top of the 6th. 2 possibilities for the Cardinals and Team Forest, a tie game or a Forest win. We go to the bottom of the 6th. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The zombie runner is Tayshawn Love. At the plate is Jesse Isensee. And on the bump for Team Cardinal, it is that Dorset Jackson? Yep, Dorset Jackson getting some reps. Fine fielder. We've seen him make some spectacular plays. As a matter of fact, one of those plays on YouTube. But he's going to get an opportunity to pitch the 6th inning of this one. Jackson from Prattville listed as an outfielder, not a pitcher. But I have a feeling he does a little pitching for the Lions as well. Inside with the offering to Isensee. Love that stolen base at second. He represents the winning run. Connor Scott, Riker Shankles, Landon Archer, and Braylon Paul on 2 up in the inning 2. 80-mile-an-hour pitch, 1 hopped against the wall. That's going to get Love to third. He'll put on the brakes there. At second with a double is Isensee. And a couple of runners in scoring position for Connor Scott. Riker Shankles on deck. Last game of the showcase for the Cardinals. They will pack the bags and head home after this one. Which means you got guys going to Brantley, Ramsey, up north, Pike Road, Headland. Base hit into right field. That'll bring in Love. Scott delivering with an RBI single. Isensee goes to third. And Riker Shankles coming to the plate. Then you'll have folks headed to Eclectic, Robertsdale, Arrington, Fairview, Prattville, Glenwood, Dale County, Opp, Enterprise, Baldwin County, Citronelle, Wicksburg, and Homefield. As all of these fellas from Team Cardinal go home after this one. That is a fair ball into the corner, 268 feet away. Isensee is in. Scott in 2. And Shankles with a double at second. As we are back to the top of the order, Landon Archer and Braylon Paul to up. And Shankles represents a first possibility of a 4-run inning. We have not had a 4-run inning thus far today or yesterday. Landon Archer is struck out and single. So Forrest will win it, but the question is by how much? That was a 56-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside part of the plate. Archer has struck out and singled. The single brought in a run in the third. It drove in Riker Shankles. And Shankles now at third after the wild pitch. Two balls, one strike, fourth hitter in the inning. That is lifted foul back this direction. Exit speed of 65 on a 78-mile-an-hour offering. That is popped up high into the air. Well, Shankles apparently went back. I am assuming that on what I thought was a wild pitch, maybe the hitter got a piece of it. Shankles goes back to second. Archer with a fly out. And one more hitter before we wrap it up, Braylon Paul. That is sent towards right field. Catch made. Left on is Shankles. Ball flies out, and that's your ball game. 3 runs played in the bottom of the 6th. Both teams with a total of 7 hits. 3 left on for Forrest with 1 error committed. 7 left on by Cardinal with 2 errors committed. And the scoring for Cardinal, 2 in the first, 1 in the, make that 2 in the second, 1 in the third. And for Forrest, a run in the second and third, and 1 run in the fourth, 3 in the sixth. Cardinal and Forrest wraps it up. Next, it is Royal and Columbia. Slated for an 11 o'clock start, but we've ended this one at 10:30. So we're probably 20 minutes away from first pitch there. Cameras stay up. Link stays live. We'll be back in 20 for more baseball as part of the ALABCA Upperclassmen Showcase. 18-minute turnaround from the wrap-up of the opening game today to game number 2. That opening game was a 6-3 Forest win over Cardinal. And here we go with Columbia and Royal. And for Team Royal, it is Walker Dean on the hill. From Coleman, 2027 grad, right-handed pitcher. This is the tallest fellow we got here at 6'6", 245, right-handed hitter and thrower, facing Shelton Darnell. Darnell from Elmore County. He'll be a senior this year, 5'10", 175. Left-handed hitter and thrower. .85-mile-an-hour pitch, swung on and fouled away. Opening game gets underway with partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the upper 70s. Game 2 gets underway under mostly cloudy skies, 82 degrees. As that one is poked foul. It feels like 85. UV index 7 and high, the air quality 29 and good. Winds out of the east-southeast at 2, gusting to 5. 15-mile visibility, 73% humidity, temperatures 3 degrees below normal for the 11th of June. Popped up by Shelton Darnell in the center field. And there you got the catch, and there you've got the out. In center, Bryson Jeffries handling the Darnell fly ball. That will bring Carson Davis to the plate. Carson Davis from Beauregard, 2027 grad. Infielder and right-handed pitcher, 5'9", 165, right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Moon is full. The moon is 247,823 miles away. And James has made me, he has forced me not to mention the radar. So I'm not mentioning it, James. Davis with a strikeout, 2 gone. Third hitter in the inning is Alex Harrington. Team Columbia, Team Royal. And another team finishing up. This is it for Royal. Columbia will have another game. Cardinal has already finished their play here and have headed to their respective homes. For Royal, a 4-2 win over Cardinal and a 6-3 win over Black. So they are 2-0. 5-3 goes the put out of Alex Harrington with a defensive play by Tanner Rice at third. Reed Hinton next from Eufaula. .2027 grad shortstop. 5'9", 175. He is a switch hitter. Batting from the right side here. And a right-handed thrower. Hits that one to right field, and there's out number 4. Catch made by Bryson Jeffries. So 4 up and 4 gone. Heath Matheson to the plate. Team Cardinal will leave 0-3. As I mentioned, they just lost to Forest 6-3. Tie ball game going into the bottom of the 6th. And I know scores irrelevant. Winning or losing, not really the main thrust of the showcase. $83-mile-an-hour pitch into the zone to Matheson. Matheson from Rehoboth. Entering his senior year, he's an infielder at 5'11", 175 pounds. Bats left, throws right. Ground towards first. Doesn't take many strides for a 6'6" guy to get to first. Walker Dean able to bring in the toss, and Matheson grounds into the 3-1. Pretty good start for Walker Dean. Faces 5 and retires them all. We go to the bottom of the first. Team Royal coming to bat. Camden Cullen taking the first Emmons Spence pitch, flies it to center field, and we have out number 1 here in the bottom of the first. Blake Griggs next from Fort Payne. .2026 grad infielder at 5'10", 155. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. I mentioned Fort Payne, the home to Alabama. Big country group. Are you familiar with Alabama, Jay? He is. Very good. Interesting tidbit, I think, where Alabama is concerned. Of course, Jeff Cook has now passed away from Parkinson. But I guess it was about, 10 or 15 years ago. Went to a Sunday morning church service in Destin. And I look up, and playing guitar in the praise band is Jeff Cook of Alabama. A little surprising. In Destin. Now there's some churches in Nashville where that might not be a big shot. 6-3 goes to put out of Griggs. But a little church down in Destin. Really wasn't very big. Probably 150, 200 people there. But here's this guy that plays to 15, 20,000 people a night. Two gone with a three-hitter in the bottom of the first. Knox Malden from Coleman. On deck is Herbert Reyes. Bottom of the first, game getting underway just a little bit early. If you are just tuning in, going, I'm going to watch the first pitch of Royal and Columbia. Well, it actually happened about 11 minutes ago. And on the itinerary, it says, if games end early, then games can begin early. And this one getting a roughly 12-minute early start. Three more games to go. Black and Forest, Columbia and Navy, and Black and Navy. That is a foul ball in the direction of left from Knox Malden. Malden from Coleman, Alabama. 2026 grad. Catcher 5'9", 150. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Fouled back by Malden. On the campus of Troy University. Man, it is busy here. Pull into the parking lot. And I think it's a football camp going on. Hit towards right field, 276 feet away, and Malden will fly out. So cheerleading. Herbert Reyes next, and the last of your first five in the first inning, Jackson Roberts on deck. Lifted out of play, foul. Troy home to several notable individuals according to AI, including boogie woogie pianist Pinetop Smith and country singer Hank Williams Jr. Other notables include civil rights leader and Congressman John Lewis, founder of Sister Schubert's Bakery, Patricia Barnes, retired Marine Larry Hicks, Major League Baseball player Brian Meadows, as you got a strikeout of Herbert Reyes, and reality TV personality Bobby John Drinkard. All from Troy. And individuals with connections to Troy include Douglas Edwards, first anchor for CBS Television News, artist Fred Nall Hollis, and Admiral Henry Wiley. And if you want more Troy info prior to European settlement, Troy was home to some well-known Native American tribes, indigenous tribes, like the Iroquois and the Mohicans. Jackson Roberts facing Evan Spence, the last hitter to face him here in the first. A little bit inside with a pitch. And of course, a host of notables who've been Troy University alum. As you got a walk given to Roberts, but he was the fifth hitter in the inning. So an inning in. Innings 2 through 6 begins after the break. Got a base runner aboard as your zombie runner. That zombie runner is Heath Matheson. And he will get in with the stolen base at second, with Grady Patterson coming to the plate. Patterson from Up High School, a catcher, 5'10", 185. He will be a senior this year. And he is a right-handed hitter and thrower. Walker Dean getting his second inning of work in. After a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inning in the first. 83-mile-an-hour pitch to Patterson. A little bit outside with the offering. I think our data tracking computer is gone into the sleep mode. So we got the screensaver up on the scoreboard here. Just a little wiggle of the mouse should get it. Now we're looking at the front page of somebody's computer, and he's about to give us the password. There we go with your data. 84-mile-an-hour pitch that's got Patterson on with a walk. Couple of base runners aboard. And Ben Pugh at the plate. Ben Pugh from Orange Beach. 2027 grad infielder. 5'10", 170, right-handed hitter and thrower. We will be at Orange Beach at the end of the Showcase Series summer. Last weekend will be spent at Orange Beach. Throw over to first, too tall, goes to the screen. Matheson will score. Patterson goes to third. Diving into second is Ben Pugh. And the throw that winds up in left gets Patterson in. And it was all triggered by an error. Jacob Shiver to the plate. Shiver from Rehoboth. 2026 class member. Another catcher, 5'10", 175. Right-handed hitter and thrower. And hitter number 3 here in the top of the second. .85-mile-an-hour pitch sent out of play. 263 feet, 3 inches away. At 72, just a little bit outside to Shiver. Troy University, home to a couple of national championships, 16 conference titles, 22 NCAA appearances. Those national championships, I believe, came as a D2 team. That's a base hit into left field from Shiver. Pugh will hold at third, runners at first and third. That's got Davis Foshee to the plate. Could he be any kin to the now deceased Crum Foshee? But maybe part of that family. Crum Foshee, longtime Alabama lawmaker. As a matter of fact, I think he represented the district that Seth Hammett followed and held for years. And Seth Hammett became Speaker of the House in Alabama. I find it interesting, story-wise. Others probably don't, but I was doing an LBW game this year. As that is ground over to first. And you got the out over at first on the 3-1 putout. But Seth Hammett, Speaker of the House, longtime lawmaker after Crum Foshee. So I'm sitting doing an LBW game. Fella comes up. Sits down in the box next to me. I don't pay any attention. Continue to call the game. Go to a break, look over. And I had not seen Seth Hammett in about, I guess, 8 or 10 years. But he was there watching the game up in the box. And you talk about a gentleman who contributed greatly to the growth of LBW. That one will hit Colton Walston. And I got a feeling can still pull a few state strings for various projects. Couple of base runners on, 2 runners in. This is hitter number 5 in the top of the second. On the inside part of the plate with a 72-mile-an-hour pitch. Late swing and out goes Walston. 2 runners stranded, 2 runners in. Columbia by 2 as we go to the bottom of inning 2. We've got a runner report as we get the bottom of the second underway. Starting things off is Will Calhoun. That runner is Jackson Roberts, and Roberts is tagged out going to second. So one pitch and one away, but the hitter who started off the inning still at the plate. Will Calhoun from Benjamin Russell. Popped up on the infield. And the catch made at short by Carson Davis. That will bring John Owen Dean to the plate. Dropped into right field, base hit. Hitter number 2 delivering with a single. That is the first hit off of Evan Spence. Evan Spence getting his second inning of work in. As Gus Fowler comes to the plate. And don't forget, trying to get to 6,800 YouTube subscribers. Running is Dean, and safely at second is Dean. All right, let me give you a latest look at how many more needed. 70. How do you subscribe? Simply move the cursor over the subscribe button and click. That's if you're watching on YouTube. If you are watching on the ALABCA.org website, got to go to YouTube. Put JockJive Sports in the search engine. By Alabama standards, we are a little city. We are city size now, but little. Trying to grow into a bigger city. Strike 3 and out goes Fowler. We're about up Alabama sized. I think they're about 6,000. So we're at 6730. We want to be Birmingham or Huntsville. So we got a little ways to go or a little ways to grow. On the outside part of the plate, Ben Heath from Oak Mountain. Size of Alabama. Oak Mountain. I don't know what the population of Oak Mountain is, but I know somebody who does. Let's see. Oak Mountain, of course, is where Ben Heath hails from, 2026 grad. Isn't that where they have those concerts up in the Birmingham area? Yeah, Oak Mountain State Park in Pelham. Well, Oak Mountain is part of Birmingham, but the school is 1,560. Oak Mountain State Park in Oak Mountain has 500,000 visitors a year, so maybe that's a good 500,000. I know it's going to be a while. 500,000, and we got 6,730. Might be a while. That is fouled away by Ben Heath. But the Oak Mountain State Park used to have a lot of concerts. I don't know if they still do. The wives saw Def Leppard there. Or was it Journey? Journey. And Dave Mason opened, and they skipped Dave Mason. I don't get it. Dave Mason with one of the best songs of all time. We just disagree. Not the Dave Mason band, but Dave Mason, the singer. Ben Heath Outside with the pitch. Of course, that is the only song he ever had. So I guess thus the skipping his warm-up performance. Sent foul by Ben Heath. Ben Heath has been at the plate a while. Evan Spence facing the fourth hitter here in the bottom of the second, and he'll eventually be given a walk. That is the second Evan Spence walk. Heath is on. Dean still in second. So the tying run's on in a 2-zip game. Well, we've got 3-zip on the scoreboard at Troy. We've got 3-zip on James's scoreboard. I've got it as 2-0. Matheson and Patterson scoring. Fouled away by Bryson Jeffries. But majority rules. So we'll go with what you guys have. I'm assuming maybe Ben Pugh came in. I'm going to put him as a run scoring in the top of the second. And only Shiver left on. Ground is short and Jeffries wraps into the 6-4. Couple of runners stranded. Nobody scores. 3-0 Columbia as we head to the third. Top of the third gets underway. Coming to the plate to start it off is Tucker Doswell. Doswell from Headland, 2026 grad. Outfielder at 5'9", 155, right-handed hitter and thrower. And the thrower for Team Royal, Devin Scott. Devin Scott from Shades Valley, 2026 grad, infielder at 5'8", 185. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Replacing Walker Dean. Walker Dean worked 2 innings. Faced 10, struck out 2. Walked 1, gave up a hit, and gave up 3 runs. Swing and a miss by Tucker Doswell, and I think he had to verify from the official if that was an actual strikeout. It is, and there is 1 away. Brody Lowry next. Lowry from Everton. I saw the Everton coach, I believe, in the latter stages of the opening game. Up here in the press box. Took over a couple of years ago, and all he did was win back-to-back state championships. Brody Lowry followed by Jacob O'Brien. One away, second hitter in the inning, 80-mile-an-hour pitch from Devin Scott. So Team Columbia and inning back, it's Matheson, Patterson, and Pugh in to make it a 3-zip game. Team Royal looked like they might threaten that lead at the bottom of the second, but don't. Lowry grounding into the 4-3, but it is thrown away. And Lowry will get tagged out, trying to turn it into 2. So instead of an E4, you've got a 4-2-6 put out of Lowry. And Jacob O'Brien will come to the plate. Third hitter in the top of the third. Second of 5 games to be played on day number 2 of your ALABCA Upperclassmen All-Star event, Troy University. I need to check with Johnny to see if it's ever been played anywhere else or if it has always been at Troy. Has been since we've been covering, since the COVID year. And it had been years prior to that. A little bit outside of the strike zone, trying to pull it back into the zone was Knox Malden behind the plate. But it stays outside at 81 miles an hour. Ground foul in the direction of third. Tyler Booth on deck. Football just around the bend. Before you know it, we'll be playing football. As a matter of fact, it's about the 22nd or 23rd of August when things begin. Georgia Military back. Bayside Academy back. And we'll see who else we add this fall. Popped up in the direction of center field. And in to make the catch is Will Calhoun. Out goes Jacob O'Brien. Tyler Booth followed by Madison Curry. Tyler Booth from Rehoboth, 2026 grad, first baseman and right-handed pitcher. 6'1", 180. Low and away with the pitch to Booth. Fouled back to the screen. First Major League Baseball game today slated for an 11:35 a.m. start. Marlins and Pirates. Got WNBA at 9 p.m. All three games. Sparks, Aces, Wings, Mercury, Lynx, and Storm. All slated for a 9 o'clock start. NBA tonight, Game 3 of the Thunder Pacers series starting at 7:30. And NHL tomorrow. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Tad inside to Tyler Booth, and he'll be given a walk. It's got Madison Curry coming to the plate. Madison Curry, the fifth hitter here in the top of the third. And with Curry at the plate, we've now seen all of the Columbia hitters. He'll go to the screen. Booth had already begun his trip to second, and he'll be there safely. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate with a 67-mile-an-hour pitch from Devin Scott. Scott getting his first of what we anticipate to be a couple of innings of work. And there's a couple of strikes now on Curry. Team Columbia, coached by J.D. Pruitt of Coastal Alabama South, Jeremy Peterson from Huffman, and Corey Hamrick from Shelby County High. Andrew Porch of Sneed State is your Team Royal coach. DeAndre Collins of Paul W. Bryant and Austin Brook of Brantley. And there's the strikeout of Curry. One runner stranded, nobody scores, still 3-0 Columbia. We get the bottom of the third underway. Leading things off is Cal Lawrence. Cal Lawrence from Glenwood, 2026 grad, catcher at 6'1", 190. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Facing the new pitcher, Braden Martin. Braden Martin is from Lee Scott Academy. 2027 grad, left-handed pitcher, 5'11", 160. Left-handed thrower, but a right-handed hitter. That's a base hit into left field. And Lawrence will make his way to second with a leadoff double. So a good opportunity for Royal to chip into the 3-0 lead with Dylan Olive to the plate. Lee Scott Academy, where Braden Martin hails from, is from Auburn, or in the Auburn, Alabama area. A college preparatory school. And has produced the likes of one Braden Martin, who is on the hill for Columbia. Another strike to Dylan Olive. Dylan Olive from Muscle Shoals, 2026 grad. Infielder, right-handed pitcher, 6 feet, 180. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Just a little bit outside with a 70-mile-an-hour pitch. That is popped up back this direction. And able to make the catch right in front of the screen is Davis Foshee. And Dylan Olive will fly out without advancing Lawrence, still at second. Tanner Rice next from Mortimer Jordan. Tanner Rice, 2027 grad, infielder, 6 feet, 155. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. And he's the third hitter here in the bottom of the third with 2 more to go. On deck is Devin Scott. On the inside part of the plate, Tanner Rice with Lawrence at second, trying to get rid of that goose egg here in the bottom of the third. Before heading to the top of the order in the top of the fourth, Shelton Darnell will start it. Chop towards short, throw over to first, got the 6-3 put out. Lawrence now at third. And that is Brody Lowry with the play at short. Devin Scott next. On deck is Griffin Wynn. Well, in the ALABCA games of the week with Barry Dean, he typically takes you around the state of Alabama in looking at baseball. If we take you into the ACCC around the state, you know, there's two divisions now, 1 and 2, has been for 2 or 3 years. But this year, not played at the same location at the same time. This year, Division 2 played in Montgomery at Patterson Field and then at Riverwalk. And I'm hearing that Montgomery may be the new home for Division 2 and maybe some other sports too in the ACCC. And of course, the big news where Alabama Community College is concerned is the addition of flag football in the fall. Popped up to first. And over to make the catch is Tyler Booth. And apparently flag football is huge in Alabama. Throughout the high school level, and now we'll go to the junior college level. Due to a partnership between a number of entities, including the NFL. And then organizations within the state of Alabama partnering with the ACCC. Chop towards short. Low throw over, but able to grab it was Tyler Booth. Went out on the 6-3, and Lawrence, who started the inning off, winds up stranded at third. Back to the top of the order, Shelton Darnell with a base runner on to begin the fourth. Darnell with a fly out to center field in the first. Carson Davis, Alex Harrington, Reed Hinton, and Heath Matheson due up in the inning as well. That's Madison Curry, your zombie runner, who heads to second. So we have seen every Columbia and Royal hitter once. We'll see them twice before we wrap up the game. And we get to work on that second time through here in the top of the fourth. Fouled off of Darnell. Darnell's got to be thinking, what the heck? He played in Hattiesburg over the weekend and did the exact same thing. Took him a lot longer to recover, though. That's why he's got that piece of equipment protecting the top of the foot. But sometimes that protection is just not enough. And his shot foul over in the direction of right field. Top of the order in the bottom of the fourth will feature Camden Cullen, Blake Griggs, Knox Malden, Herbert and Reyes, and Jackson Roberts for Team Royal. Sit over towards the roundabout here on the campus of Troy University. Now, roundabout, of course, is the single. On my trip over, I go through, it looks like a figure eight. I'm not sure if that is a roundabout or a double roundabout. But there is probably an official name. Here, though, the roundabout, and then the eventual strikeout of Darnell. Carson Davis next. Dropped into center field. That'll be a base hit. Here comes Madison Curry. Scoring from third, Carson Davis with an RBI single. And Columbia makes it a 4-zip lead. That's got Carson Davis coming to first and Alex Harrington to the plate. Reed Hinton moving to the on-deck circle. Davis quickly takes off for second. Huge jump. Way ahead of the throw. Swing and a miss by Harrington, who grounded into a 5-3 in the first. Reed Hinton to the on-deck circle. Activities began on Monday. Registration, guest speakers. Always some great speakers, too. Then the banquet that night. And if Monday night was like a typical Monday night for the showcase, these players heard from representatives from the different divisions in the NCAA. Harrington with a strikeout and Reed Hinton coming to the plate. Hit by the pitch is Hinton. That's a pretty solid rim shot to Hinton. It flew out to right field in the first. And, of course, the ALABCA hosting workouts, showcases, all kinds of events. The next one we will be affiliated with is the convention in December at the Winfrey in Birmingham. Hit again is Hinton. Well, took a rib shot, and this one right about ankle high. Well, I was talking about, too, the highs. Who's got the most strikeouts? Who's hit the longest distance? What team has scored the most runs in a single inning? How about the most hits during an at-bat? That's 2 now on Hinton, which ties a high. On the inside part of the plate. I don't think Hinton wants that honor, though, to get popped 3 times. Right back it goes to Scott. Nice reach. And the 1-3 gets the out. To third goes Davis. Three gone on the 5th hitter in the inning coming to the plate in the form of Heath Harrison. And Devin Scott about to wrap up his 2 innings of work. Into the dirt with a pitch to Heath Harrison. I make that Matheson. Heath Harrison lives in Florida. He's got a big beard. This is Heath Matheson. Trying to explain where the brain goes, even though I'm not really sure where it goes. Ground out to first by Matheson. Davis is left on and stays a 4-zip game. Top of the order as we get the bottom of the fourth underway. Camden Collins starts it with a runner on. Blake Griggs, Knox Malden, Herbert Reyes, and Jackson Roberts due up in the inning. I think that's a 1 and a 6 on the back of the jersey at second. If so, that's not somebody that we've already seen in the lineup. It is 18. It's 1 and an 8. Well, that's still, yep, we did see him way back as the 7 spot. So typically your zombie runner has been the last at-bat of the prior inning. But in this event, it's John Owen Dean. Camden Cullen with a fly out to center field. By the way, we are halfway through the day at 12 noon. Not quite halfway through our games. Here in the bottom of the fourth. The midpoint of the next game would be the midpoint of the day. And that next game is Black and Forest. Fouled off by Cullen. Swing and a miss, Cullen. And there is one away. Blake Griggs coming to the playground into a 6-3 in the first. Knox Malden moving to the on-deck circle. Patterson, Pugh, Shiver, Foshee, and Walston when you get to the top of the fifth for Columbia. A little bit high with the pitch. Well, I'm not real familiar with the technology that gives us the tracking of the ball's flight as to where it lands, but I would assume that that tracking does not take you backwards. It's got to be in front. So that is why when we see fouled off pitches, sometimes we don't see those numbers, although it does seem like you would still get an exit speed. But on those fouled off pitches, we don't. Blake Griggs ground into a 6-3. But man, the technology now. I think at the Southeastern University was where I was at in Hammonds. The data on the scoreboard also gives you the spin rate. Some additional data. Popped up on the infield. Catch made it short, and out will go Griggs. That is Heath Matheson making the catch at short. Knox Malden coming to the plate. Well, Johnny Johnson just walking by reminds me that, again, want to say congratulations. There is a new executive director, Todd Watts, who officially takes over July 31, I believe. That is the last day for Barry Dean. Barry Dean will stay on in an advisory role as Knox Malden delivers with a base hit. Dean will move to third. And the fourth hitter in the inning, Herbert Reyes, coming to the plate. Reyes struck out in the first. That is hit pretty deep towards left field, but able to get over and make the catch. Madison Curry tagging and coming home. Jono and Dean, and Royal is on the board. Reyes with a sacrifice fly. Hit that 310 feet. Mullen holds it first. Jackson Roberts next. And that is shot in the direction of left, but foul. Jackson Roberts with a walk in the first. Almost looked like that was fouled away by Roberts with the follow-through. Didn't look like he hit it to begin with. It was a 68-mile-an-hour pitch. High and away with the offering to Roberts. Running is Malden. He'll be in safely with the stolen base. Pitch outside of the strike zone. Count evens up. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. Royal on the board in the bottom of the fourth. And Braden Martin getting his final tosses in as that will roll to the screen and Malden goes to third. Swing a miss. Out goes Roberts. Left on is Malden. But a run is in. And Royals on the board as we head to the visitor half of the fifth. Top of the fifth gets underway. Grady Patterson starts at Ben Pugh, Jacob Shiver, Davis Foshee, and Colton Walston. Due up in the inning. Popped up to the left side. And 252 feet away, the catch will be made by Bryson Jeffries. Ben Pugh next. Pugh reached on an error, came in and scored a run as part of that 3-run second inning for Columbia. Jacob Shiver on deck. Will Calhoun, John Owen, Gus Fowler, Ben Heath, and Bryson Jeffries anticipated when you get to the bottom of the fifth. A little bit outside with the offering to Pugh. The new pitcher, by the way, is Camden Cullen. He is from Fairview. 2027 grad. Listed as an outfielder. Obviously pretty capable at pitching as well. An 81-mile-an-hour offering to Ben Pugh. 6-footer, 160 pounds. Right-handed hitter and thrower that has popped up. Trying to get there to make the over-the-shoulder catch is Ben Heath. But it drops and the at-bat for Ben Pugh continues. Devin Scott worked a couple of innings ahead of Cullen. Strike 3 and out goes Pugh. Scott faced 10, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 hit, 1 run. Jacob Shiver with a single in the second, back to the plate in the fifth. A reminder to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Threads. Keep up with what's going on with us, where we're going, what happened once we got there, scores, schedules, and more. And you know how it works. Also gives you the opportunity to interact as well. Dropped into center field. That'll be a 2-out base hit for Jacob Shiver. Third hit of the game for Columbia. And the third hitter is on for Davis Foshee. Davis Foshee ground into a 3-1 in the second. Colton Walston moving to the on-deck circle. That will get out of play. 112 feet away, so that's still in the range of the TrackMan. I think it's the stuff that goes beyond the press box that is untrackable. High pitch to Foshi. Runner goes and able to slide in safely at second is Shiver. So a base runner in scoring position. Columbia trying to get that run back, given up in the bottom of the fourth, and push it back out to a 4-run lead. Foshi will strike out. And he does it looking for out number 3, hitter number 4. Here's the final hitter in the inning, Colton Walston. Walston has struck out, fanned in the second by Walker Dean. One of 2 Dean strikeouts. Here's another high for the couple of days here in Troy. Most strikeouts by a single team in a single game, 16. Just a little bit inside with a pitch. And it was this Team Royal that did it. Had 7 strikeouts for Dylan Olive, Griffin Wynn with 5, and Micah Brasher with 4. Into the dirt with the throw, and to third goes Shiver. Cullen pitch wide of the strike zone at 80 miles an hour. And a walk given to Walston. He's technically left on at first, while Shiver is stranded at third. Bottom of the fifth, Gus Fowler starts at the new pitcher on the hill is Tyler Booth. Tyler Booth from Rehoboth, 2026 grad, first baseman and right-handed pitcher at 6'1", 180. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Actually, this is Calhoun, by the way. Will Calhoun, followed by John Owen Dean, Gus Fowler, Ben Heath, and Bryson Jeffries. Strike three delivered, and out will go Will Calhoun. Tyler Booth in for Braden Martin. Martin worked 2 innings and faced 10. 2 strikeouts, no walks, 2 hits, and a run allowed. John Owen Dean next. Single in the second, came in as a zombie runner in the fourth and scored the only Royal run of the game. Gus Fowler to the on-deck circle. Lifted over in the direction of the batting cages and the nearby football stadium. You can see the corner of the football stadium from my vantage point here. The spot where DeMarcus Ware played his football. Former Trojan, former Cowboy. Is he a Hall of Famer? Not yet. Okay, hasn't been out of the league for 5 years. But yeah, probably headed that way. That is over the shoulder. If he made the play, boy, it was going to be spectacular. Carson Davis trying to field it there in second. He'll be charged with the error that gets Dean on. Looked like for a moment maybe he pulls it over the shoulder. And man, if he had only made that throw and gotten the out, we would have an ESPN top 10 play. But he didn't, and we don't. Gus Fowler struck out his last plate appearance. Dean in with a stolen base at second. Ben Heath moving to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate. Do they still have as many of those spectacular play segments on ESPN? They do. You didn't see it, but James was nodding his head yes. Strike three on the outside part of the plate to Fowler. Well, we might have to get active on Twitter again. We haven't been posting near as much on Twitter, and so it's been a while since they picked up the play. I'm sure there are other vehicles, too, by which they receive those top plays. Or maybe we just haven't had a top play lately. That could be it. On the outside part of the plate to Ben Heath. Heath with a walk in the second. Bryson Jeffries to the on-deck circle. Another strike on the outside part, 69 miles an hour to Ben Heath. Top of the sixth, bottom part of the order for Columbia as we head towards the end of this one. And this one got an early start. Looks like it should be about a 1 o'clock start time for the 1 o'clock game. Black and Forest. Into the road for Columbia. Columbia with a tie against Forest. Actually, it is the end of the game for Royal, or end of the tournament. As you got a ground out by Heath. Into the 5-3, Dean will go to third. So Columbia's got another game. It's Royal that is wrapping up their all-star play. Came in unbeaten. Would like to leave unbeaten. But if they're going to do that, got to score some runs in the sixth. Bryson Jeffries dropping that one into center field, and it'll get Dean in. So Jeffries will take another off that lead, turn it into a 2-run game as we head to the sixth. Top of the sixth as we head into the final inning of play for Royal Columbia with one more game against Navy. Tucker Doswell starting, and Brody Lowry, Jacob O'Brien, and Tyler Booth, as well as Madison Curry. 2 up in the inning, and you got a runner aboard. That runner is Colton Walston. Columbia with a 2-run lead. Royal has not tasted defeat in the showcase. But Columbia would like to hand them their first loss. And in the top of the sixth, could put it out of reach. if you score a total of 5 runs or more, then it wouldn't matter how many runs Royals scored in the bottom part of the inning. With the potential max of 6, wouldn't be able to win it. But nobody has scored 5 runs in a given inning, and it's not going to happen unless everybody else now scores as Doswell strikes out and does so looking. Brody Lowry ground into what looked like it was going to be an E4, but tried to go to second and wound up getting thrown out. So the E4 became a 4-2-6 putout. Jacob O'Brien to the on-deck circle. Inside to Lowry. Cal Lawrence, Dylan Olive, Tanner Rice, Devin Scott, Griffin Wynn in the bottom of the inning. Fouled away by Lowry. I'm having to check with James in discussion about weather because of his superstition. Can I say that it's getting cloudier? Is that acceptable? He's got to look. Now, are you Googling if that's acceptable? Or one hop to short, possibility of 2. There's the 6-4 and 3. Brody Lowry hitting into the double play that clears the bases. Jacob O'Brien coming to the plate. Tyler Booth and Madison Curry. Well, I've quoted Michael Scott before on The Office, but the episode where he said he is not superstitious, he's just a little stitious. That would be me. I'm just kind of a little stitious. But James says he is superstitious. Base hit into left field for Jacob O'Brien. I will take the good and bad. James says we have both where the weather is concerned. Now, is the good news the cool after the rain? That would really be kind of a bad news scenario. There is some stuff generated out of the Gulf and headed north, but very slowly north. But it does look like one of those feeders is not that far away. O'Brien at second. Got the stolen base in scoring position for Tyler Booth. Ground to short, and the throw to first will get Booth on the 6-3. And somebody lost a lot of gear. I think that was Jacob O'Brien. Might have lost some stuff on the way to third. Play made at short by Blake Griggs. And that's got Madison Curry coming to the plate. Curry has struck out, was a zombie runner in the fourth, and scored a run. Outside with the pitch, thinking about home was O'Brien. But he instead will opt to go back to the bag at third. high and away. .78-mile-an-hour pitch missing to Curry. On the inside part of the plate. So Royal leaves after this one, and then you have 4 teams waiting to get that third game in. And in one case, second and third. That'll get O'Brien in. Navy has only played a single game. So they will play in back-to-back games against Columbia and Black. Ground to second. Over to first goes the throw, 4-3 the put out, and we're almost there. Bottom of the 6th coming up. We head to the bottom of the 6th, into the ball game. Cal Lawrence, Dylan Olam, Tanner Rice, Devin Scott, and Griffin Wynn. And Tyler Booth getting his second inning of work in. The last 2 pitchers for Team Royal worked only an inning. Camden Cullen, an inning, facing 5, a strikeout, a walk, and a hit, but no runs. And Tanner Rice facing 5, striking out 1, giving up a base hit, and allowing a run. On to run is Bryson Jeffries as Cal Lawrence leads things off. And he'll be at second with a stolen base. A 5-2 ball game. Team Royal will need to have the biggest inning of the showcase to come away with a victory. We've had 3-run innings, but haven't had 4. Strike to Lawrence, who doubled in the 3rd inning. Popped up towards left field. And there is out number 1 with a catch made by Jacob O'Brien. Ryan Olive with a fly out behind the plate. 0 for 2 in the game. Ball game got underway an hour 52 ago. Opening game went about 90 minutes. This one in the neighborhood of 2. Fouled away by Dylan Olive. Tanner Rice is on deck. Just about a 20-minute break in between games. Actually, I think there was 18 minutes in between the first and the second game. Base hit by Olive into center field. And a couple of runners on for Tanner Rice. So you're looking at a roughly 1 p.m. start. But should I share some of the bad news that James shared with me? Has got a courtesy runner over at first for Olive. This Blake Gregg's going to run. And that's that there's some pretty nasty stuff coming off the Gulf of Mexico and headed north. And the bad thing about this band, the band yesterday, it was pretty intense. But I don't think it was as long as this band is that's coming in from the Gulf. Outside with a pitch to Tanner Rice. And that band has got the Gulf to refuel it. So we shall see what the rest of the afternoon holds. Strike on the inside part of the plate, throw to first, Griggs back safely. And what got us stopped first yesterday was not the rain, but the lightning. Chopped over towards second. And you got a Columbia team that will concede the run to get the out. Rice grounding into the fourth ring that brings in Jeffries. Olive to second with 2 hitters to go. Devin Scott with a fly out to first. Griffin Wynn is on deck. On the outside part of the plate to Scott, who popped out to first. So if your team Royal, everybody left has got to score to go 3-0. You got to get Olive in from second. Scott who's at the plate in, and Wynn who follows in 2. Couple of strikes on Devin Scott. Ground in the direction of third. Throw goes over to first from Reed Hinton. And Devin Scott is out number 3, hitter number 4. Dylan Olive moving over to first. And now the best Royal can do is tie. And to tie it up, they need about a 330-something shot down the line to left. A little better than 310 to right, or in the neighborhood of 400 to center field. Griffin win, ground into a 6-3. Tyler Booth, and that one will hit Griffin win. It doesn't look like any 2025 Upperclassmen Showcase records going to be broken in this game. Still got your top strikeout coming from a game yesterday, 7. Unless you get your longest hit ball, that's hit pretty deep. Knocks up against the wall. In to score is Olive Wynn on his way to third, and he's not going to stop. Well, he does stop. No need to, though. He's the 5th hitter. And that is your ball game. The run comes in, makes it a 5-4 finish. But Royal absorbs their first loss and finishes 2-1 in All-Star play. Total of 5 hits in the game. Stranded are 7 for Royal. They'll commit a single error and get 1 run in 4 different innings. Meanwhile, for Columbia, 4 hits, 6 stranded. They commit a mistake as well. Get a couple of runs in the first and 1 in the 4th and in the 6th. Actually 3 in that 2nd inning. And then a run each in the 4th and 6th. And there's your final 5-4. Roughly 20 away from your next game, Black and Forest. If Mama Nature will let us play, we'll see you then. Team Black and Team Forest as we get game number 3 of a 5-game day underway. But it is not looking particularly good to the south and southwest of us. Starting it off, Aiden Story. Aiden Story from Paul Bryant. 2026 grad outfielder, right-handed pitcher. 6'2", 180. Facing Landon Archer. The Team Forest pitcher is from Vincent. 2027 grad catcher, right-handed pitcher. 6'2", 180. Bats and throws right. Swing and a miss and an 87-mile-an-hour toss. And Aiden Story will strike out. That's got Luke Hudson coming to the plate. Luke Hudson from Arab, Alabama. Entering a senior year outfielder at 5'11", 205. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate at 86. Our top speed has been 88. But Landon Archer early has been flirting with that mid to upper 80s. 85-mile-an-hour pitch inside to Luke Hudson. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate. Building clouds on a Wednesday, trying to get all of our baseball in. We kind of anticipated this, though. The difference from today as compared to yesterday is that yesterday's stuff came in from the west and moved east. This is coming from the south and is moving in kind of a northeasterly direction. That is ground to third. And with a throw across the diamond is Riker Shankles to get the out of Hudson on the 5-3. So one away, Brody Cook next. Third hitter in the top of the first. And a shot over towards right field, base hit for Cook. So a single and Cook is on. Team Black with one more game. I believe this is it for Forest. Going to pull up the itinerary to be sure it is. As the strike is delivered to Ashton Trammell. Got a base runner aboard, fourth hitter in the inning. Ashton Trammell coming to the plate. Ball game just underway. Team Black and Team Forest. Black's got another game. And Navy has only played one game. Played it yesterday. Have two games coming up. But if Navy is going to get two games in, well, I guess the Navy's the good team to have. I mean, you know, they sail the waters, right? Oh, it's Navy in color, not Navy in service. Is that a cheeseometer thing there? I mean, it didn't even nudge the cheeseometer. It was so bad. I'm sorry. It was a disappointment. I'm working on new material. Swing and a miss. Trammell will go down, a strikeout victim. In the first, Sean Smith, fifth hitter in the inning from Prattville, 2026 grad. Catcher at 5'10", 180. A switch hitter. Batting for the left side here. Strike from Sean Smith. $80-mile-an-hour pitch to Sean Smith, last hitter in the top of the first. Game just underway. Second outing for Black. Third one for Forrest. Third game of the day. And we're going to try to get two more in. Columbia and Navy, Black and Navy. Little outside with a pitch. $82-mile-an-hour offering gets Sean Smith swinging. One base hit, one runner stranded. We go to the bottom of the first and the top of the Team Forrest order. Bottom of the first gets underway. Judson Bryant starting it off. Judson Bryant from Brookwood, 2026 grad outfielder at 5'10", 185, right-handed hitter and right-handed thrower. Facing Ross Pike from Elmore County, 6'3", 190, and entering his junior year at Elmore County. Right-handed pitcher, right-handed hitter. $79-mile-an-hour pitch missing to Judson Bryant. And Bryant with a trip down to first, compliments of Ross Pike. Given the walk and a base runner aboard here in the bottom of the first. Popped up by Tyler Butts. That'll drop into right field, and you got a couple of base runners on. So a single, a couple of base runners on after the walk of Bryant. It's got Caleb Chapman coming to the plate. Chapman from Hueytown, 2026 grad outfielder at 5'9", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower, third hitter in the bottom of the first. Unusual day yesterday in that we also had the lights go out last night. 10 o'clock, all of the stadium lights kicked off. We're hoping we're not here tonight to test whether there's been a 10 p.m. override on the lights. On the inside part of the plate to Chapman. If we are, we've had some major rain delays. Game time right about 1 o'clock. Running just a hair behind. Opening game ended early. Got us underway a little early for game number 2. Game 2 goes a little long, which has got us just a tad off schedule for game 3. Outside with a pitch to Chapman. Second walk issued by Pike. And I believe we have got a first in this year's event. Bases loaded. And James has given it the thumbs up. So, yep. We've had as many as 2, but never 3 on until now. So that begs to ask the question, is Forrest going to put together the most productive inning thus far of the All-Star event, which has been 3. Strike delivered to Josiah Dubose. But again, keep in mind that 3-run inning came with a zombie runner. First inning doesn't get a zombie runner. Second, fourth, and sixth do. Popped up to shallow center field. Tagging is Bryant, and he will score. Catch made in center by Braden Murray. And Dubose with a sac fly to drive in the game's first run. So Bryant will score, and Wyatt Gardner comes to the plate. Slowly ground back to Pike. Pike trouble finding it. Throw goes over to first late. In to score is Butts. Error has got Garner on, and that brings it into the inning. 2 runs will plate. We go to inning number 2 in a 2-zip game. One pitch into the top of the second, and that was a painful pitch to Hudson Robbins. Robbins from Saraland, doinked by Landon Archer on a 71-mile-an-hour pitch. Right-hander back into the box. Do have a runner, and that runner is safely at second. The throw was there, but it hopped out of the mitt of your second baseman. And playing second is Tyler Butts. So Sean Smith with the stolen base. That is popped up into the bullpen, and a very nice catch made in the Team Black bullpen. Doesn't count, though. That one went 238 feet. Fouled back to the screen by Hudson Robbins. Robbins from Saraland. Got your zombie runner in scoring position at second. A little bit outside with the pitch to Robbins. Braden Murray on deck. Outside of the strike zone with the pitch to Hudson Robbins. Team Black from the south. Team Forest from the north. Strike three on the inside part of the plate. Robbins fan, that is strikeout number 4 for Landon Archer. One away and one hitter, Braden Murray, the 2 guy to the plate. Will Jackson is on deck. Well, it is very overcast, but at the moment, doesn't look like the clouds are about to break. Way off to the southwest, that could be a little rain falling. But here, just cloudy and as a result, a little cooler. And the nastiness continues to progress northward. Marching on towards Troy. But maybe like the Red Sea being parted, the clouds will part. One hop to second. Throw to first, gets Murray on the 4-3. Sean Smith will go on to third. And hitter number 3 in the inning, Will Jackson to the plate. He's from Opp, entering his senior year. First baseman at 5'10", 160. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Mac Hayes on deck. Landon Archer will get 2 innings of work in. Facing his 8th. 9-guy Mac Hayes to follow in the hole. Is the end of the pitching road for Landon Archer. Sean Smith trying to trim away at the Forest lead. Got a couple of runs in the bottom of the first. Swing a miss. That'll do it for Will Jackson. Strikes out swinging. K number 5 for Landon Archer. Mac Hayes to the plate. Easton Grace on deck. Ground to short. Throw over to first. 6-3 goes the put out, but an RBI for Hayes, bringing in Smith, and that lead's cut in half. Easton Grace will wrap up the top of the second. First pitch called strike, 81-mile-an-hour pitch. Easton Grace from W.S. Neal. He'll be a senior this year, catcher at 6'3", 180. Right-handed hitter and thrower. And there is strike 3, and out will go Grace. Pretty nice performance, though, for Archer. He will fan 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in 2 innings of work. Zombie runner Wyatt Garner at first. As Ross Pike will get his second inning of work in. It is fouled back to the screen by Ryan Hearn from Pelham. A senior this year, first baseman at 6'1", 190. Left-handed hitter and thrower. Running is Garner, and that's a good pitch to run on. Goes to the screen. He'll be safely at second. Trying to get that run back given up in the top part of the inning when his zombie runner counterpart, Sean Smith, came in and scored on a Mac Hayes 6-3 putout. Be sure to visit ALABCA.org. You talk about all kinds of information in regards to how to make your baseball player better. Workouts, skill shows, and more. Ground to third and the throw to first. Turns out on the 5-3. That is Brody Cook working third currently for Team Black. And there is one away. Staying put at second is Garner. This is Will Jones. Will Jones from Huntsville. In August, he will be a Huntsville senior. Outfielder, right-handed pitcher, 6 feet tall, 180. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Strike delivered to Will Jones. Typically on day 2, we get a few pitchers that work a mere inning, not 2. As that is ground over to first. Put out at first on the play by Will Jackson. That's the second hitter in the inning, while the third will go Garner. And it'll bring Tayshawn Love to the plate. Love from Hatton, 2026 grad outfielder, 5'9", 180. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Hatton High School in Hatton, Alabama. Population 261. Up in the far northwestern corner of Alabama. Strike delivered to Tayshawn Love. Hatton High School, a 7 through 12 grade high school. As that is popped up to the right side, tagging is Garner. He'll come in to score after the catch and throw by Braden Murray. So Love with the sacrifice. Picks up the RBI, and the lead is back to 2 for Forrest. And it'll bring Brody Cook to the plate. Cook from Rehoboth, Alabama. 2027 grad. Do not be deceived, by the way, of the small in Hatton. They've won 22 state championships. 3 in slow pitch softball, 6 in fast pitch, 4 in volleyball, 2 in girls basketball, 1 in guys basketball, 6 in guys cross country. Swing and a miss by Brody Cook. Cook, the 4th hitter to come to the plate. Got the bases cleared and runner in. Wyatt Garner scoring. Swing and a miss by Brody Cook. He'll strike out on the last hitter in the bottom of the 2nd. Coming to the plate in the form of Jesse Isinsi. And as I have stated stated previously, could be butchering the last name altogether, Isensee. I'm going with Isensee. Could certainly be anything but. Buddy is a James Clements product. 2026 grad infielder, 5'9", 155, right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower, grounds it towards third. And a bang-bang play at first, getting Isensee on the 5-3. Top of the third gets underway. Matthew Drinkwater will start it. Got a new pitcher on the hill, Connor Scott from Fairview. He will be a junior this year. That's a fair ball. Got it right between third baseman Tyler Butts and the bag on his way to second is Drinkwater, and he'll be there with a leadoff double. So a base runner in scoring position. Team Black poised to get another run. Connor Scott, Fairview, and junior this year. Infielder and right-handed pitcher at 5'10", 150. Swing and a miss by Bryce Brooks. That's a base hit into left field for Brooks. Putting on the brakes at third is Drinkwater. Brooks on with a single. So back-to-back base hits, have a couple of base runners on for Team Black. And that's got John Michael Mordecai coming to the plate. Mordecai with a couple of base runners on. Bryce not hanging around second. Long throw winds up missing its mark. Bryce is safe. Drinkwinner comes in. And it's a one-run game with the potential tying run in scoring position for Mordecai. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Mordecai. Mordecai is senior this year. Left-handed pitcher and outfielder, 5'9", 155. Popped up on the infield. And the catch made at short by Jesse Eisense. Mordecai, the third hitter in the first out. Miller Lombardi next. .81-mile-an-hour pitch into the strike zone to Lombardi. Lombardi from Wetumpka. 20-27 grad infielder, right-handed pitcher. Left-handed hitter, 6 feet 150. Wetumpka is the home to one Barry Dean. As that is shot in the direction of center field, drops in as a base hit. Bryce will go to third. Lombardi with the third hit in the inning, fourth of the game for Team Black. Of course, Barry Dean is one of those that you probably don't have to stick the last name on. You just use the first name, they know who you're talking about. Barry. Kind of like Madonna, Cher. I would say Dolly Parton, though she uses both names, would fit in that category too. You can say Dolly, you know who they're talking about. Bono. Of course, that's the last name, I think. Running is Lombardi, and that'll be fouled away, and Lombardi will go back to first. Well, check that. Thought it was fouled away. And yeah, he's going to be sent back. Corbin Knott next. Yes, he is. From Eufaula. And this time, Lombardi will take second. Bryce thinking about home. But he will stay put over at third. Corbin Knott from Eufaula. Senior this year, outfielder at 5'6", 135. Right-handed hitter and thrower. Strike delivered on the outside part of the plate to Knott. I think we're going to have to add to nasty. It is looking nasty here in Troy as that pitch is outside. Stuff still moving up. Well, you know, it looks like it's kind of breaking apart a little bit as it gets to the Troy area. So maybe we avoid the worst of it. Safe over at first is Corbin Knott. That's got Bryce Brook in. And coming in to score is Lombardi. Knott winds up at second, and that'll put it into the inning. But 3 runs come in. And Team Black has taken the lead going to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third gets underway with a new pitcher on the hill, Miller Lombardi. Ross Pike will work 2 innings, face 10, a strikeout, 2 walks, a hit, and 3 runs. Lights coming on here at Troy University. That typically is not a good sign at a little before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. See the lights come on. Swing and a miss by Connor Scott. Scott, your Forest pitcher, is now your Forest hitter. Right-handed thrower, but a left-handed hitter. .76-mile-an-hour pitch, missing a little bit wide of the zone to Connor Scott. Well, when you get to the bottom of the third, and I don't know if this has any bearing on officials, but if we did get rain, when you get to the bottom of the third, you have gone through every hitter once. So they have had at least one opportunity to come to the plate. High inside pitch with an 85-mile-an-hour toss. Connor Scott given a walk. He's on at first. And that's got Riker Shankles coming to the plate. Shankles from Fort Payne, a senior this year, infielder, right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 150. Running is Scott, and he is tagged out. A rocket from Sean Smith got him. And the bases are cleared. That's a base hit into left field for Shankles. Second team Forest hit of the game. And a base runner on, Team Black, 3 runs in the top of the third. Grabbing their first lead of the game. This is Landon Archer. Landon Archer from Vincent, 2027 grad. Catcher and right-handed pitcher at 6'2", 180. Running is Shankles, and he's in safely. Strike call to the plate. On deck is Braylon Ball. Coaches for Team Black and Forest. For Black, Bubba Frichter at Enterprise State. Daryl Dunbar from Shades Valley. Eric Varnador from Fort Payne. And for Team Forest, Johnny Jeans. He is from Southern Union. Fred Stewart from Ramsey and DK Schumann from Stanhope Elmore. Fouled away by Archer. Speaking of Southern Union, don't know if he's watching, but a big supporter of Southern Union and a production crew that covers them. High School Sports, Adam Slay and company. As a matter of fact, we're borrowing one of Adam's play-by-play guys to do the coverage of the Showcase Series this weekend here at Troy. 81-mile-an-hour pitch fouled away by Archer. This weekend, just another example of my astute intellect. Troy is an hour 15 from the house, but I have opted to go to the Thibodaux, Louisiana, which is about 4 or 5 hours away. That's when you're lacking in the smarts department. Strike 3 on the outside part of the plate to Archer. Two gone. That's 3 hitters. This is the 4th Braylon ball. On deck is Judson Bryant. Do have some day games in Major League Baseball today. As a matter of fact, one of those should be fairly close to a finish. An 11:35 a.m. start for the Marlins and Pirates, and they're in the bottom of the 8th. 4-2 Pirates. Ground over to third, throw to first. It will get ball on the 5-3. And the 5th hitter in the inning coming to the plate in the form of Judson Bryant. Phillies 6-1 over the Cubs, bottom of the 6th. Guardians 11-2 over the Reds at the end of 6. Braves lead the Brewers 3-1, bottom of 3, top of 3. Cardinals 2-0 over the Blue Jays. No College Baseball World Series until Friday. Judson Bryant with Shankles at third. Well, more signs that stuff's coming. Our tent for Laura, camera gone, out in the elements. Well, we won't keep her there, though. We will let her find shelter, which may come relatively soon. Wind starting to kick up. And you can hear it in the field mic. And I think, well, no, I thought the umpire had indicated that guys were going to the dugout, but I don't think so. Looks like they are taking to the field. After Judson Bryant is walked and left aboard, let's go to the 4th after the break. We get the top of the fourth underway, and we are back to the top of the order. Aiden Story to start it off. Boy, it has got that batten down the hatches look. And everybody looking at everybody official-wise going, okay, where's the nastiness? As that is sent towards second, and the double play turns. Got the zombie runner and the out at first as well. So out will go Corbin Knott and Aiden Story. Luke Hudson sending this one towards right field. And there is technically 3 gone. Well, it doesn't look as ominous as it did a day ago at the moment. As Brody Cook makes his way to the plate. And of course I say that, and the rain could break at any moment. But obviously we haven't had lightning within a certain range yet. That's typically what starts the delays. But the concern is the wind and the drop in temperatures. Often an indication of things to come. Inside with the pitch from Isensi. By the way, Connor Scott only got an inning in. Scott worked an inning, paced 5. No strikeouts, no walks. 5 hits, 3 runs. And Jesse Isensi from James Clemens now pitching. Facing the third hitter in the inning, Brody Cook. And that will find its way into left field. Ashton Trammell coming to the plate. The iPhone weather app says a 75% chance of rain at 3 and rain starting in 13 minutes. Ashton Trammell struck out in the first, back to the plate in the fourth. And according to the radar, it does look like there's a little patch of rain moving our way. The good news, though, at least at the moment, is that that massive band is broken up. Hit over towards right field by Trammell. And Sean Smith will make his way to the plate. And the bulk of the current nastiness moving off to our west. But there is a ton of rain into the Gulf. So if you get past this one little patch, it may be just kind of getting by one little battle when the rest of the war is still to be waged. Sean Smith lifting that one foul. Popped up to the left side. And the wind continued to carry that one into foul territory. It looked like it was possibly going to stay fair. But that might have been aided by the breeze. Went 262 feet. And we have just gotten a lightning alert. Do we know what distance that is? Well, if it's on the phone, it's pretty close. It's within an 8 to 12 mile range. That is shot over in the direction of left field. Diving, trying to come up with it, but just a little bit short. Brody Cook will come in to score on the Sean Smith single. And we're in a lightning delay. Johnny Johnson has just walked on the field, told Team Black to stay put. Stay in the dugout. So that lightning strike that showed up on James's phone has got the guys off the diamond. And I like what one of the gentlemen here said as walking past the mic, and that was safety first. And now they're calling for the tarp, so that is an indication that the delay is going to be a little more long term. The delay because of the lightning, 20 to 30 minutes. But if they're bringing the tarp onto the field to cover the mound, then that means they're anticipating at least heavy enough rain to follow to create some issues if they didn't cover the mound. So we are in currently a lightning delay. Headed to the bottom of the fourth. And to the top of the order for Team Forest. We will keep you posted on the chat room, on YouTube, and of course right here on the live stream. Hi, everybody. Welcome back as we had a lightning delay that led to, I guess, technically a rain delay. We did have a brief shower, not much, but a little bit of a shower. And it all happened at 2:08, so about a 59-minute delay to resume to play in the Black Forest game. And it is Tyler Butts who will start it off and drives it in the direction of left but foul. And I'm wondering if we lost a player or two along the way. Leadoff hitter was Judson Bryant. But Bryant not hitting. Tyler Butts is. And you got a runner at first. I believe that runner is Shankles. It is. And Shankles will slide right into the tag on the toss thrown by Sean Smith. So Shankles caught stealing. There's the reason. I wrote Judson Bryant down twice. We'd already been to the top of the order. This is a now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 man rotation. Tyler Butts, Caleb Chapman, Josiah Dubose, Wyatt Garner. As well as Ryan Hurd, 2 up in the inning. That is dropped in left field. Corbin not able to get to it, but not before. And Tyler Butts winds up at second with a double. Well, let's recap how we got here. 1-run plates in the top of the second for Team Black after a couple of runs played in the bottom of the first for Team Forest. And then a 3-run third gives Black the lead. And they have held on to that lead into the bottom of the fourth. Butts on with a double, Caleb Chapman to the plate. Josiah Dubose on deck. We never saw lightning, but the lightning detectors did. And prompted a delay, and then there was the threat of bad weather behind the lightning. So that prompted officials to bring the tarp out onto the field, cover up the mound. And all in all, 59 minutes of delays. Swing and a miss by Caleb Chapman. Miller Lombardi getting his second inning of work in. A little bit high with the offering that goes 68 miles an hour. Caleb Chapman with a walk in the first. There have been 3 Team Black walks. A little uncharacteristic when you consider that a walk constitutes 5 pitches outside of the strike zone. Chapman will strike out. Still at second is Butts. And there's technically 2 gone. And Shankles caught stealing, and now Chapman with the strikeout. Josiah Dubose with a sacrifice fly to center field that brought in a run in the first. Two more games to go, and they both involve Navy. Navy taking on Columbia, and Navy taking on Black. Swat at it by Dubose, and he'll go down swinging. Third out and third hitter. Wyatt Garner to the plate. Reached on an error in the first. And then as a zombie runner scored a run in the second. Came in on the Tayshawn Love sacrifice fly to right field. So your scores for Black. Sean Smith coming in the second. Drinkwater, Brooks, Lombardi. They score in the third, top of the fourth, one-run plays. And in the bottom part of the innings, 2 runs in the first, a run in the second. Nothing in the third, scoreless thus far in the bottom of the fourth for Team Forest. Garner, the fourth hitter in the fourth inning. Ryan Hearn to follow. And then we get to inning number 5 with the mid part of the order for Team Black. In Robbins, Murray, Jackson, Hayes, and Grace. That's a high fly ball off the wall in right field. Didn't quite make that yellow line to constitute a home run, but that's a double that will drive in butts 333 feet away. That one smacked the wall. And Garner with the RBI double. And that will make it a one-run game. Hearn trying to hold up the swing and could not. He will go on an 83-mile-an-hour pitch from Miller Lombardi. Lombardi, the second Black pitcher. Pike began in 2 innings of work. The standard 10 faced, 1 strikeout, 2 walks, a hit and 3 runs. And now it is Miller Lombardi trying to put the finishing touches on his 2 innings of work, which currently includes 3 strikeouts. Also a couple of walks and 3 base hits. Will Jones will wait. We'll see him in the bottom of the 5th. He is the Team Forest hitter who will come to the plate next, but that will happen in the 5th inning. And in the top part of the 5th for Black, Hudson Robbins begins it. And we'll see who's on the bump. Forest has used 3 pitchers with 2 going just a single inning. "81-mile-an-hour pitch to Hearn. Ground in the direction of second. And there's your 4-3 put out of Ryan Hearn, leaving Wyatt Garner on. Back to the baseball after a 59-minute lightning and rain delay. And we go to the top of the 5th with Black up by 1. Top of the fifth gets underway. Hudson Robbins will start it. And if we go the second time through the rotation like we did the first, it'll be Hudson Robbins, Braden Murray, Will Jackson, and Mac Hayes to follow. The new pitcher is Max Carver. Max Carver from Coleman, as a strike is delivered to Robbins. Carver will enter his junior year in the fall. Right-handed pitcher at 5'10", 165. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. So Jesse Isinsi, like Connor Scott, who preceded him, will get just a single inning of work. And in that one inning, faced 5, no strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, and a run allowed. And hands it over to Max Carver. One out with a strikeout of Hudson Robbins. That is back-to-back Ks for Robbins. Struck out in the second, now does so in the fifth. One out for Braden Murray. Murray ground into a 4-3 in the second. Will Jackson moving to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the fifth, Will Jones, Tayshawn Love, Brody Cook, Jesse Isinsi, Connor Scott. All coming up. And I wonder if you consider trimming back the number of at-bats in an inning because of time, now that you've got an hour behind, and because where Forrest is concerned, at least a hitter or two will get 3 at-bats versus the 2. Swing and a miss by Braden Murray. Two more games to go. And then we will call it an upperclassmen year. And get ready for a couple of weeks when the youngsters will come to town, the underclassmen. Predominantly freshmen and sophomores, but we know in years gone by there has been an 8th grader or 2 in the mix. And we also know there are fewer teams, 4 teams, instead of 6. May not mean fewer games, though. It's got the strikeout of Murray, and there's 2 gone. Will Jackson next. Because if everybody plays everybody, then you still got 3 games per team, but there are 4 teams and not 6 playing those 3 games, so you do have fewer games, even if everybody plays everybody. Will Jackson struck out in the second, back to the plate in the fifth. Well, I can go ahead and give you the specifics because I have them in my grimy little hands. 24th on a Tuesday. 9 a.m. BP for Cardinal and Columbia. 9:45 for Forest and Navy. Infield, outfield for Cardinal and Columbia at 10:30 with a game to follow. Then a lunch break. Come back at 1:45. Have infield, outfield for Forest and Navy. As Will Jackson strikes out. 2 and 4 o'clock games. Forest and Navy and Cardinal and Forest. And then on Tuesday, just a 3-game set. 9, 11, and 1. And the 9 a.m. game is Columbia and Navy. As that is one hop to short by Mac Hayes. And the throw over to first will be out number 4. At short now, Josiah Dubose. And that's 4 in a row retired by Max Carver. So, yeah, a noticeably softer schedule. First event 9, last one at 5. On Tuesday, I think here it's 9 and 6. First Tuesday game at 9, last one at 1. Here it's 9 and 5. Easton Grace next. Strike delivered to Grace, who struck out in the second. Pretty impressive performance from Max Carver. Facing 4, striking out 3, and retiring all 4. On the outside part of the plate, and out goes Mac Hayes and Easton Grace. So Robbins, Murray, Jackson, and Grace strike out. Hayes grounds out. It's a 5 up, 5 down, top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th gets underway. Will Jones starts it. Tayshawn Love, Brody Cook, Jesse Isinsi, and Connor Scott. After a scoreless top part of the inning. And we head to the home half. An opportunity for Team Forest to tie it or take the lead. Popped up to short Backtracking onto the grass. Catch made at short by. We'll see as soon as he turns his back. If he does. Will Jones with a fly out. Numbers on the back of the shirts only, not the front side. So the back's got to be turned to get the numbers. Will Jones out. Tayshawn Love coming to the plate. Had an RBI on a sacrifice in the second. Last 5 hitters in the black order when you get to the 6th. Drinkwater, Brooks, Mordecai, Lombardi, and Knott. Tayshawn Love from Hatton, we talked about it earlier, 261 the population. High school is grades 7 through 12. It has cooled down to 82 in Troy. Looking at the weather radar, there's still stuff south of us. But maybe not enough, or at least won't get here in time to create a delay. Love giving a walk. And a base runner on from Brody Cook. But there is definitely stuff all over the place. Ground to third, throw to first by Cook. Make that 2. First via the stop at second. And the double play turn as Cook wraps into the 5-4-3. Jesse Isinsi next. Isinsi has played a little bit of everything. Isinsi ground into a 5-3 in the second. Back to the plate here in the 5th. 4th hitter in the inning, Connor Scott is on deck. The new pitcher, by the way, is Aiden Story. Story, the Paul W. Bryant senior, outfielder and right-handed pitcher, it says. But I'm looking at a guy throwing from... Yeah, he's a right-hander. I think he's a left-handed hitter, maybe. And has him listed as a righty. Of course, he may be a switch hitter. 6'2", 180. And let's see if Aiden Story works the final 2 innings. He's listed as a pitcher, so I would say probably. Gets Isinsi for the strikeout, and Connor Scott is next. Scott with a walk, got caught stealing in the 3rd. That'll be a base hit up the middle from the 5-hitter, but I guess he will see how far he can get, and there's your answer. Second. So Scott with a single, tagged out at second. Technically, nobody left stranded. 1 base hit, still a 1-run ball game. 5-4, Team Black. Top of the last inning gets underway. Matthew Drinkwater starts it. Bryce Brooks, John Michael Mordecai, Miller Lombardi, and Corbin Knott with the base runner on. And that runner is Sean Smooth. But he's going to be sent back to first. I didn't see the pitch get fouled off, but maybe time had been called. And it was a no pitch. Body language suggests a little confusion on the field, too. Players going, huh? You sure? And Smith says, well, heck, I'll try it again. Got the out at first and second, double play turn. So a nice defensive play. Riker Shankles, I believe, at short. Second hitter in the top of the sixth. Last inning between Black and Forrest and the last Forrest game. Forrest coming in with a 6-3 win over Team Cardinal. And then tied Columbia at 6-6. So they are 1-0-1. Trying to leave not with a unblemished mark, but with an unbeaten one. Fouled back by Bryce Brooks. And we will see, by the way, when we get to the bottom of the sixth. If we go back to the top of the order, there's only 14 Forrest hitters. So if you go back to the top of the order, there's one hitter that gets 3 plate appearances. If not, there will be a 4 at-bat, bottom of the sixth. Bryce Brooks with one of the 8 Team Black base hits. Low and away with a 67-mile-an-hour pitch to Bryce Brooks. And Max Carver will get a couple of innings of work after Connor Scott worked 1 and Jesse Isinzi 1. Max Carver, though, working 2. So Landon Archer began at work 2. Had 6 strikeouts. Gave up a hit and a run. That'll hit on top of the dugout. Over here on the third base side, Connor Scott came in, worked an inning, no strikeouts, no walks, 5 hits and 3 runs. Jesse Isinzi an inning, no hits, no strikeouts, 3 hits and a run. And now Max Carver, ground to short, and the quick throw over. Riker Shankles getting Brooks on the 6-3. John Michael Mordecai next. Mordecai with a fly out to short in the third. And I have not looked at the teams competing in the tournaments this weekend for the Showcase Series, but I got a feeling that UBO East and Mordecai on that team is going to be playing here at Troy. So for Mordecai, this is going to be very familiar territory by the end of the weekend. Miller Lombardi on deck. Right up the middle with a Mordecai shot. Hit number 9 for Team Black. I've been talking about highs for teams. That 9 hits may be it. I don't think we've had any double-digit hits from a single team. So the 9 hits in the game for Team Black could be our high. Fouled away by Miller Lombardi. Let's see, Navy and Cardinal. Well, that just blew that thought right out of the water because the very first game, 11 hits. Maybe it's because we haven't seen Navy much, just in that one game. But yeah, they had 11. So if you are Team Black, you still got a couple to catch up and 3 to pass. And with only 2 hitters left, you're not going to pass. Might catch up. Miller Lombardi batting here in the top of the 6th. That is ground to Schenkel, and he'll go to first. Was his leg, his foot pulled off the bag? No. In to score is Mordecai. And Lombardi will ground into the 6-3 that drives in run number 6. And the last hitter for Team Black to the plate, Corbin Knott. Not with a single in the 3rd. Now, if I really want to blow that thought out of the water, let me thumb through another page and find somebody who had 12 hits. But I think the 11 is hit. That's your top. Nice catch there, shoelace high at second. And out will go Corbin Knott. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th, last of the inning. Forrest coming to bat. Got a zombie runner on as we begin the 6th. And that runner will advance to second. That is Connor Scott. Riker Shankles to start it off. Landon Archer, Braylon Ball due up as well. And then we might just head to the top of the order. Judson Bryant and Tyler Bunce. You watch an Advantage Showcase and Tournament and unintentionally, folks start standing out in your mind as hit by the pitch is Shankles. This is one of them for me. Shankles has had an excellent couple of days. Another is Dorsett Jackson, I guess because of that great catch over in left field. Popped up by Shankles. And the catch made on the infield for out number 1. That is Miller Lombardi with the catch. One out, Landon Archer next. On deck is Braylon Ball. Landon Archer struck out looking in the 3rd. Back to the plate in the 6th. Navy and Columbia, Navy and Black coming up. It does look like Judson Bryant is in the hole. So it looks like he is going to get his 3rd at-bat of the game, and we will have a full 5 at-bat bottom of the 6th. Max Carver, by the way, finished with 2 innings of work, facing 10, struck out 3. No walks, gave up a base hit, and gave up a run. That is knocked into the corner by Landon Archer. It will bring in Connor Scott. And the tying run now in scoring position in a 6-5 game. Braylon Ball next. And Judson Bryant in the hole, not moving to the on-deck circle, but we're anticipating. Yeah, there he is. And you've got Tyler Butts, who is now in the hole. Braylon Ball, hitter number 3 in the inning. That double by Archer, hit number 6 in the game for Team Forest. And if you're Forest and lose here, you wrap things up 1-1-1. But they do have a runner in scoring position. And they have 2 at-bats beyond Ball. Foul away towards 3rd. That is fouled back to the screen. I think I'm going to have to get rid of some of this technology. Got the watch telling me to stand. Got the ring saying it's time to stand. I'm like, I'm in the middle of a game. I mean, if you're so smart, don't you know what I'm doing? 6-3 goes the put out of Ball. Archer will go to 3rd. I mean, these are supposed to be smart devices, and they don't even know I'm working and can't stand right now. I get those messages driving down the highway. Yeah, it's a tough time to stand. Judson Bryant walks in the 1st and 3rd. That'll go to the screen. Here comes the tying run. Archer in from 3rd. And Forrest is tying it up. Well, in 3 games, if you're Forest, you got a chance to have an unbeaten record, yet only win a single game out of 3. High with the pitch to Judson Bryant. Tyler Butts on deck. And I already know that the knowledge of Tyler Butts, the wisdom of Tyler Butts exceeds his years. He is on deck behind the screen. That protective screen out there. The other on-deck hitters have stepped in front of the screen. That is a wise man, Tyler Butts, who will end it for Forrest. $78-mile-an-hour pitch on a pretty good-looking Wednesday afternoon now. And you got a swing and miss in and out of Bryant. And if you were Tyler Butts and you're going to give Forrest the win, you got to do something that has not been done today or yesterday. And that is get a home run. So you're looking at everybody getting 2 at-bats, so that's 30 at-bats per team, 60 per game. Roll over to Story, and Story tags out the runner and then throws it away. Wait a minute. Hang on, is on his way to second as Butts goes to third, and now he'll be caught and tagged out. Well, the game's over, but not without a little adventure. And an error mixed into the fray. 9 hits, 1 error, and 4 stranded by Team Black. Getting a run in the second, 3 in the third, and run in the fourth, and 1 in the sixth. Forrest, a couple of runs in the sixth, and then 1 each in the first, second, and fourth. They will finish with a total of 6 base hits. Don't commit an error. And that is your ball game. A final 6-6. Forrest goes 1-0-2 in showcase play. And Team Black's got another game. They'll play in the last game today against Navy. Speaking of Navy, they've got Columbia in 20 minutes. We'll see you then. And here we go in the next to the last game of the day. Opening pitch is wrapped right back to your pitcher, Zane Edwards. And Team Columbia has Grady Patterson out. You talk about well-rested. Navy's got to be well-rested. They played the first game yesterday, and we haven't seen them since. But they will play games back-to-back, taking on Columbia, then Black. Grady Patterson starting it off. And this is Ben Pugh. Meanwhile, moving to the on-deck circle, Jacob Shiver. And a pretty impressive first game for Navy. Produced 11 base hits, and there has not been another team get to double digits. We just had 9 in the prior game from Team Black, and that is as close as anybody has come to those 11 put on the board by Navy. So they are 1-0 coming in. Zane Edwards from Spring Garden. He'll be entering his senior year. Infielder and right-handed pitcher at 5'9", 175. On the pump for Team Navy. Yesterday, about a 3-hour delay because of weather. Today, we've had an hour's delay. 59 minutes to be exact. Started at 2:08, ended at 3:07. And there was a Ben Pugh base hit up the middle. And yes, I am improvising on the scorebook. I've run out of pages, but this one a little easier to keep up with, at least from a scorebook perspective. So my scribblings, if someone ever found this, like 50 years from now, Pugh taking off for second, in with a stolen base without a throw. Strike delivered to Shiver. But if they were to find it somewhere and look, they probably would be like, that was a weird society. They were strange people. I mean, took books that were meant for keeping score and then just scribbled all over. On deck hitter is Davis Foshee. And in this one, you got another game in which a team wraps up their play. Cardinals wrapping up their play. Then Royal. Forest just finished. In this one, Columbia goes, and then your nightcaps got Navy and Black. And technically, we are right about an hour and 10 behind schedule. This game was originally slated for a 3 o'clock start. Strike delivered to Jacob Shiver. Zane Edwards, the Spring Garden soon-to-be senior. Throwing to Shiver, and that is out of the strike zone. Third goes Pugh. Jacob Shiver from Rehoboth, 2026 grad, catcher at 5'10", 175. Right-handed hitter and right-handed thrower. Shiver with the pass down to first. And you got a base runner aboard for Davis Foshee, the Stanhope Elmore product. Entering his junior year, a catcher at 5'10", 185. Going after the first, Zane Edwards pitch, drops it into right field. Three fielders nearby, and each thought the other was going to get it. It drops, and Foshee will drive in Pugh. Shiver to second, Foshee at first. And a runner coming into the game for Foshee. That is going to be Shelton Darnell. Colton Walston to the plate. Walston from J.B. Pennington. Rams set up the middle. Little flick over to second. Won't get Foshee, and coming in to score is Shiver. So that will be scored as an infield single and RBI for Walston, who is left at first. We've got the game underway. Columbia and Navy. Navy coming to bat when we return. Peyton Rackard starting things off for Team Navy. Rackard from Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, 27 grand. Infielder at 5'11", 200 pounds. Right-handed hitter and thrower. So Peyton Rackard will begin it. Facing the Columbia pitcher Carson Davis. Davis from Beauregard. 27 grad infielder, right-handed pitcher at 5'9", 165. Popped up over towards the dugout at first and into the area behind it and out of play. Another one shot foul by Rackard. Team Navy, only their second game. They'll have one more. Everybody gets 3. Popped up towards center field by Rackard. And there is one away. Next, Matthew Wilson. Matthew Wilson from Cleburne County. He is about to become a junior. First baseman at 6'1", 180. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Nobody aboard here in the bottom of the first. Underclassmen coming to Troy University in just about 2 weeks. And of course, we're back to Troy this weekend with a showcase series. Tim Altorn will bring the coverage starting Friday morning at 10. We're breaking in Tim. I did not tell him how extensive these games might be. So Tim Altorn may work with us 1 week. Nah, Tim already knows. 5 games, though, I believe, this week, each day. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if you got a hankering for baseball, plenty of it right here. Ground to second, Wilson out on the 4-3. And there is 2 gone for Cooper Wharton. Cooper Wharton is a product of Boaz. 2027 grad, catcher at 5'11", 165 pounds. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Boaz used to be Outlet Mall Central. When that was hot and heavy, man, you'd drive into Boaz, and you were going to run into a ton of traffic. But all of those outlet malls, you know, kind of a passing fad, I guess. Closed up, and Boaz looking for new ways to generate traffic. There's a fly out by Wharton. Into right field, and there's 3 gone. Ryan Symes next. Symes from Shelby County, 2026 grad, catcher, 5'11", 175. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Sent foul over in the direction of the roundabout. 199 feet away. I know people don't like those roundabouts, but has there ever been a traffic fatality in a roundabout? I mean, there probably has, but they are rare. So despite the fact we don't like them a whole lot, I guess they're pretty effective from a traffic perspective. Of course, I guess what we can't figure out is how much road rage a roundabout might have contributed to. That'll be shot over into right field by Ryan Symes. And you got a base runner on. Tristan Ray to the plate. Tristan Ray, a product of Russellville, about to become a junior. Catcher at 5'10", 180. Running his Sipes, and he's in with the stolen base safely at second. I know I've been speculating where Sipes is concerned, any kinship between he and Brian, but do you find it odd that his name's Ryan and the popular quarterback is Brian? James does not. So you still don't see any correlation between the two Sipes, Ryan and Brian. I'm going to have to look up Brian Sipes. I'm trying to remember where he played his collegiate ball. For some reason, it seems like Purdue. So that would be up in Indiana. Born in San Diego, California. Heck, I was way off. Played at San Diego State. Born and raised in California. So could he have Alabama ties? Okay, I'm stretching it. How old is Brian Sipes? Let's see. 75. Wow. Strike three, and out goes Ray. One runner stranded, nobody scores. We are done with one. And after one, Columbia by 2. Top of the second gets underway. And Zane Edwards still on the bump. So he will work a couple of innings. Meanwhile, at the plate, Tucker Doswell. Tucker Doswell from Headland, 2026 grad outfielder at 5'9", 155, right-handed hitter and right-handed thrower. And you got a zombie runner on. That is Colton Walston running at first. 2 runs played in the top part of the first for Columbia. And they take a 2-zip lead into the second. Last game of this year's event, Black and Navy. And that will happen somewhere around 6:30. Count runs baseball full, not showcase full. 3-2. Outside of the strike zone, 4-2, and now you got that showcase full. 66-mile-an-hour pitch to Tucker Doswell. That will get out of play. Brody Lowry is on deck. Major League Baseball, Pirates beat the Marlins 5-2. Phillies over the Cubs 7-2. Guardians beat the Reds 11-2. Braves knock off the Brewers 6-2. Blue Jays 5-2 winners over the Cardinals. As Doswell will strike out. And there is one away. Brody Lowry next. 3 games in progress. Top of the 8th. D-backs with a 5-2 lead over the Mariners. A's 3-0 over the Angels. Top of the 6th. Dodgers and Padres tied at 1 in the top of the 6th. Brody Lowry with Jacob O'Brien on deck. By the way, wanted to be at 6,800 YouTube subscribers by the end of today, and I'm not giving up hope. I don't think we're anywhere near, but dream big, right? 63 subscribers away. So we got to have a massive onslaught of subscribers to get to 6,800. Fouled away by Brody Lowry. And by the way, while there, check out all the great shorts, I think is what they call them in YouTube, clips on YouTube. Ton of them. And obviously, we encourage you to share them, like them, and share them. Brody Lowry with Walston still at first. That is ground foul, and it stays a 2-strike count on Lowry. Zane Edwards getting his second inning of work in. Most pitchers have pitched 2. We've had a handful do 1 only. Well, he thought about it, might, should have. Striking out is Brody Lowry for out number 2. Jacob O'Brien next. Tyler Booth on deck. O'Brien from Gulf Shores. About to become a senior. Outfielder, 5'9", 160. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. He is hitter number 3 in the top of the 2nd. A little bit inside with the pitch. Two balls and a strike on Bryan. O'Brien with the base runner still at first. Back-to-back Ks of Doswell and Lowry. Well, rehashing your tops. 7 strikeouts has been the best thus far. Most in a row, 4. That's happened twice. Fastest pitch speed, 88. Furthest hit baseball, 346 feet from home plate. Most runs in an inning, 3. As that is lifted towards right field, drops in as a Jacob O'Brien base hit. That's the 4th of the game for Columbia. Walston to second, couple of base runners on. Tyler Booth next. And the last hitter in the inning, moving to the on-deck circle, is Madison Curry. Tyler Booth hit by the pitch. Will be given an opportunity to shake off the pain. He is back into the box with a couple of base runners on. Already in a 2-zip ball game. Swing and a miss by Tyler Booth. Count goes even at 1. 67-mile-an-hour pitch. 4th hitter in the top of the 2nd. That is ground towards first. There the scoop and the out. Registered by Matthew Wilson. Runners will move up, but they're there with the 5th hitter in the inning, coming to the plate in the form of Madison Curry. Madison Curry donning the green socks to go with the Columbia blue and white. And I think I've verified my speculation in that the green are the school colors. So a little salute to his high school of Holtville. Inside with a 72-mile-an-hour pitch. 5th hitter in the top of the 2nd. .66 and high with the pitch. Madison Curry, couple of base runners on. Riddle Pace Field here in Troy, Alabama. Grandstand capacity of 2,500 now. And that wall over in right field known as the Monster. Swing a miss, out goes Curry. And the 2 runners on, left on, still 2-0 Columbia. Got a zombie runner on. And I would assume, but my assumption would be inaccurate. Typically, it's the last guy to come to the plate, which would be Ray. But in this case, it is going to be Cross Bowen. And Cross Bowen has not gotten into the ballgame yet, but he is your zombie runner here in the second for Jamison Mullinax. And thanks very much to the Mullinax family. A couple of Mullinaxes have tagged us in some Twitter comments. So thank you, Jamison and family. Mullinax at the plate here in the bottom part of the second. From Gadsden City, 2026 grad, first baseman, 6', 185 pounds, right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Fouled away by Mullinax. Here are your perimeters at Pace Riddle. 310 to right, but a 30-foot wall. 350 to right center, 400 to center, 375 to left center, and 340 to left field. Walk given to Mullinax, and he'll go down to first. And that has got Hudson Marks coming to the plate. Or is that a 12? Jashawn Moten. Picking the numbers on the back of the jersey. And 01 is a 1. I think the other might be a 2. So, yeah, that is Jashawn Moten. Moten lifting it high into the air in the direction of center field. And Mullinax will hold over at first. Holding at second is your zombie runner, and that is Cross Bowen. So Moten with a fly out to center field. And Xavier Luna to the plate. The history on Riddle Pace Field opened in 1931. Of course, it wasn't known as Riddle Pace at the time. So the base hit delivered by Xavier Luna drives in the run. Cross Bowen. And Team Navy has cut the lead in half. Luna with an RBI single. And you got a couple of base runners on. Mullinax at second, Luna your base runner at first. And that's got Braden Hatton coming to the plate. Braden Hatton from Russellville, 2026 grad, infielder at 5'8", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. In 31, it was Pace Field, named after Matthew Downer Pace, who was a professor and president here at Troy. And then later, Riddle added to the name, honoring Chase Riddle, who coached from 79 to 90 here with a record of 436, 147, and 2, and won a couple of national championships. Record attendance happened this year. Alabama came here, and 3,892 filled up the place. Last year, Alabama here in 38-72 showed up. Second most. As a matter of fact, Alabama has helped draw 4 of the top 5 crowds here in Riddle Pace. A strikeout of Hatton. And coming to the plate is Zane Edwards. $70-mile-an-hour pitch to Zane Edwards. That will head across the street for Edwards. 5th hitter here in the bottom of the 2nd. We'll head to the 3rd and take our first look at the last 5 for Columbia. And at the end of 3, everybody will have had 1 at-bat, with the goal getting everybody 2. So we will, at the end of 3, be halfway there. Upstairs with a pitch to Zane Edwards at 71. Carson Davis trying to put the finishing touches on his 2nd inning of work. And he does with a K, getting Zane Edwards for out number 1, 2, 3. And hitter number 5. But a run plates the lead, cut in half. We go to the 3rd. It is 2-1 Columbia. Shelton Darnell coming to the plate. The new pitcher for Team Navy is Davis Torrey. Davis Torrey from Brookwood. Entering his senior year, right-handed pitcher at 6'2", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Zane Edwards will work 2 innings, face 10. 3 strikeouts, a walk, 4 hits, and 2 runs. And Shelton Darnell starting it off for Columbia in the bottom of the 3rd. Outside at 82 from Torrey. And of course, Shelton Darnell, Elmore County product, 2026 grad. Outfielder at 5'10", 175. Low and away with the pitch to Darnell. On deck is Carson Davis. Swatted to second. And the 4-3 put out is out number 1. It is Peyton Rackard who is playing second. Your zombie runners every other inning, not every inning. 2nd, 4th, and 6th. Carson Davis coming to the plate. Alex Harrington to the on-deck circle. I'm not sure that was always true with that zombie runner. Seems like it was a little more sporadic, but this year kind of determined that it would be those 3 innings. Just trying to make sure that everything is equal for the teams participating. Carson Davis, the second hitter here in the top of the 3rd. Alex Harrington to the on-deck circle. That was an 86-mile-an-hour toss. That one 85 from Davis Torrey. Torrey is consistently in those 80-plus ranges and nibbling on a fastest pitch of the couple of days here. 88's been the highest. And we've seen Torrey with 86. Off speed there to Davis. Team Columbia under the direction of J.D. Pruitt, Jeremy Peterson, and Corey Hamrick. Team Navy, Josh Jennings, Rob Coleman, and Mike Mordecai. Swing and a miss, and out will go Davis. 2 hitters, both gone in the top of the 3rd. Well, I am looking up the numbers on Mike Mordecai. Mike had about a 10-year Major League career. Played with the Braves, the Marlins, the Expos. Finished with a .244 average, 24 home runs, 132 runs batted in. Played with the Braves from 94 to 97, the Expos from 98 to 02, and the Marlins from 02 to 05, and was twice on a World Series champion team. As that is popped up by Alex Harrington. And Harrington out number 3. But hang on, 2 more to go. 5 at-bats in both the top and bottom part of every inning. This is Reed Hinton from Eufaula. 2027 grad shortstop, 5'9", 175. There's a 6-3 putout that gets Reed Hinton. And at short is Britt Carroll. And the last hitter in the inning coming to the plate in the form of Heath Matheson. So 4 have gone up, 4 have gone down. Matheson to the plate. Mordecai from Trussville, Alabama. Then played for the University of South Alabama. 2-time All-American. 6th round selection in the '89 draft by the Braves. Started in Class A, worked his way to AAA. Called up in 1994. Bench player in the 95 World Series. First start came on July 16th of 95 at San Diego. Went 2 for 3 with a double and a couple of RBIs. Heath Matheson. And we're talking, of course, about Mike Mordecai, father of one John Michael Mordecai. Fouled away by Matheson. And, of course, a coach for Team Navy and current head coach at Northside Methodist. 3-2 the count on Matheson. Swing and a miss, and Torrey comes in and does a stellar job. Faces 5, gets them all. We go to the bottom of the third in a 1-run game. Tyler Booth with a ground out. Check that. That was Eli Burns with a ground out. And this, okay, third time's the charm. It was Cole Duckett with a ground out. And this is Eli Burns. Into center field will go the fly ball from Eli Burns. Caught there, and there is 2 gone. So Duckett into the 5-3 fly out from Eli Burns. Two hitters have gone up, 2 hitters have gone down. And this is Aiden Laminack. Laminack, the 3-hitter here in the bottom of the third, top part of the inning. 5 up, 5 down. Davis Torrey, when you get later into the games. Of course, where Navy is concerned, they're not as late into the games. It is their second, not their third. And really the same. Well, no, Columbia getting their third game. So there is you anticipate a different level of pitching the deeper you get into your games. Navy only into their second game. Columbia into their third. But Torrey, an impressive job with 5 up, 5 down in the top of the third. And here we are in the bottom part of the inning with Alex Harrington on the bump for Team Columbia. Harrington's from Fairhope, and he will strike out Laminack. And that's got Britt Carroll coming to the plate. Cross Bowen moving to the on-deck circle. Back onto the grass in shallow right field. We'll go the Columbia second baseman. And Carroll with a fly out. And Alex Harrington is an out away from being equally as impressive as Torrey. Came in, faced 5, shut him down, and now Harrington has faced 4. And taking care of each. Now Cross Bowen. Bowen from Coleman, 2027 grad, outfielder and right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 145. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. That is a fair ball. Sends it into the corner in left field on his way to second. Bowen. And that's where he will stop with a 4-out double. So we have finished 3, and after 3, the lead is 1. Top of the order coming up for Columbia. Patterson, Pugh, Shiver, Foshee, and Walston. Top of the fourth gets underway. Top of the order coming to the plate. Grady Patterson will start it. Ben Pugh and Jacob Shiver, as well as Davis Foshee and Colton Walston, due up in the inning 2. And it is Heath Matheson who is your zombie runner in the 4th inning. Patterson ground into a 1-3 in the first. Two-1 game. The 1 Columbia run in the first. Make that the 2 Columbia runs in the first. The 1 Navy run in the second. That'll find its way into left field. Matheson on his way home. Throw coming to the plate. And he will be tagged out. What a throw from left field. Jay Sean Moten. Guns down Matheson. Patterson to second, but he's there with an out and without a run. Just ran right into the tag, did Matheson. That is hit number 5 in the game for Columbia. Ben Pugh to the plate, had one of the 5 base hits, had a single and scored a run in the first. Jacob Shiver to the on-deck circle. Top of the order when you get to the bottom of the 4th. Peyton Rackard will begin it. Ground to short, throw to first. 6-3 goes to put out of Pugh. Patterson making his way to third. And in safely at first is Pugh. I thought Pugh had wrapped into the 6-3, but apparently the throw was off the bag over at first. So Pugh on. And we'll take second. Jacob Shiver at the plate. Davis Foshee. He will move to the on-deck circle. Shiver with a walk and a run scored in the first. He has scored one of the 2 Columbia runs. Holds up on his swing on a 77-mile-an-hour pitch from Davis Torrey. Torrey faced 5 in the 3rd and got them all. This is the 3rd that he has faced in the 4th. And looking for his first retiree. Did get the benefit of that strong throw from Moten in left field to take care of Heath Matheson trying to score. So his shutout still intact. In a couple of innings of work. Popped up back towards the screen. Cooper Wharton behind the plate, got the screen, but it nibbled the screen before finding it to Cooper Wharton. Shot over towards second. The only play is the 4-3. The run is conceded. Patterson will come in to score. Pugh will go to third. Shiver picks up the RBI on the 4-3. And Columbia has rebuilt that lead to 2. And Davis Foshee coming to the plate. Colton Walston on deck. Foshee with a single and an RBI in the first. Drove in Ben Pugh. And has an opportunity here to drive in Ben Pugh. All right, let me give you an update on our march towards 6,800 YouTube subscribers. We are now 61 away. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you don't mind clicking the subscribe button. If you're not, I'll go to YouTube. Put JockJive Sports in the search engine and subscribe, and we'll thank you. I mean, it's not mandatory, not required. We're not demanding it, just requesting it. But you will help us grow as Davis Foshee gets popped by a pitch. I would like to know, don't know, maybe somebody does, probably not. How many hit batsmen have we had? I guess the only way to go to find that out is to go through the video and just chart it. I don't want to know that bad. As Foshee is given a walk. I would guess in the 20 to 25 range, if I had to pick. Colton Walston here in the fourth, last hitter in the inning. .83-mile-an-hour pitch delivered into the strike zone from Davis Torrey. Torrey putting the finishing touches on his 2 innings of work. Running is Foshee, and there won't be a throw, but he'll dive head first anyway, just for good measure. Got the stolen base in scoring position. A Walston base hit likely drives in 2. Just a little bit outside. Walston with an RBI single in the first. He drove in Jacob Shiver. And then came in as a runner in the second and got the third. 83-mile-an-hour pitch, just a little bit high. .84 high and inside to Walston. Peyton Rackard, Matthew Wilson, Cooper Wharton, Ryan Sipes, and Tristan Ray when you get to the bottom of the fourth. And that'll be a base hit that drives in 2. Pugh scores, Foshee scores, Walston a single tagged out at second. Then drives into 3 RBIs in the game for Colton Walston. And that will grow the lead to 5-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Got a base runner on board as we begin the bottom of the fourth. That will be a base wrap into left field. And on is Peyton Ricard to begin it. And your zombie runner, Cross Bowen, is now at second. Matthew Wilson next, ground into a 4-3 in the first inning. Cooper Wharton to the on-deck circle. And that is Alex Harrington. There's a base hit up the middle, getting his second inning of work. Meanwhile, rounding third, coming in is Bowen. And also scoring is Ricard. Now check that. You got Rackard at second. And Wilson will be your base runner at first. So only a single run plays. That is Bowen rather. Running as the zombie runner. He'll come in on the Matthew Wilson RBI single. Back-to-back base hits, though, for Navy. And Cooper Wharton coming to the plate. Wharton with a fly out to right field in the first. Ryan Sipes on deck, fouled away. Exit speed of 70 and 230 feet on that fouled off pitch. Came in at 84 miles an hour. .75 and outside of the strike zone. Doswell, Lowry, O'Brien, Booth, and Curry in the fifth inning for Columbia. They put together a pretty impressive fourth, 3 runs played. Strike delivered to Cooper Wharton. But Navy trying to put together an equally as impressive inning. Wharton with a couple of base runners on, knocked down by Harrington, trying to track it down. Can't, and the bases are loaded. Only the second time in 2 days that we have had loaded bases, and both of the instances have come today. So it is full Ryan Sipes to the plate. Sipes, the fourth hitter in the inning. Tristan Ray on deck. Fouled away by Ryan Sipes. Sipes with a single, stole a base. Left at second in the first inning. Got a piece of a 75-mile-an-hour pitch. Fouling it back into the mid of your catcher, who I think is Grady Patterson. Again with those straps across the back, holding on the chest gear. Hard to tell. Strikeout of Ryan Sipes. And that is technically the first out in the inning. Despite the fact it is your fourth hitter and your fifth player. Bit of a check. Is Ricard able to come in and score? He is from third. And here will come Wilson saying, what the heck? He'll score too. So a couple of runs played. And it's a 3-run inning. And you've got Navy on the brink of ALABCA history. We haven't had a 4-run inning from a team yet today. But there is a runner at third in Cooper Wharton. And Tristan Ray trying to make that happen. Ray with a strikeout in the first. Just a little bit inside with a 73-mile-an-hour pitch. Alex Harrington trying to put the finishing touches on 2 innings. His predecessor, Carson Davis, 2 innings, 10 faced, 3 strikeouts, a walk, 2 hits, and a run. Alex Harrington checked into the game in the third and has worked the third and fourth. Low and inside to Tristan Ray. A little bit high with the pitch. That's a walk to Ray, but it leaves Wharton over at third. 3 runs will plate. We've got a 1-run game headed to the 5th. Top of the 5th, Tucker Doswell starts it. Brody Lowry, Jacob O'Brien, Tyler Booth, Madison Curry due up in the inning. Tylen Kane is the new pitcher from Rehoboth. 2027 grad, right-handed pitcher. 6 feet 155, right-handed hitter as well as thrower. Right up the middle with a base hit from Doswell. That is the 7th hit of the game for Columbia. And a base runner on for Brody Lowry. Lowry struck out in the 2nd, back to the plate in the 5th. Foul off of Lowry. I mentioned Tylen Kane from Rehoboth. Population 1,297. Began as a crossroads community known as Sanders. Part of the Dothan Metro. Lifted towards center field by Lowry. And back to first will trot Doswell. One out for Jacob O'Brien. Well, since I go way back and James doesn't, and I like to intrigue him with my ancient musical knowledge, as Doswell will still second. And since we were talking about the Dothan Metro, have you heard of Bobby Goldsboro? Has not. You have heard of Alabama, but not Bobby Goldsboro. He is a Dothan product. Country singer from, I guess it would be the 60s and 70s. I know James Crenshaw was not in existence until the 80s. Now I'm going to have to look up Bobby to see if he's still around. 84. And was actually born in Marietta. In the first year of his life, moved to Dothan, where he learned to play the ukulele. Attended Dothan High and then Auburn. See all this stuff you learn? Do you feel more knowledgeable? You do? Are you lying to me? You are? Jacob O'Brien with a single his last plate appearance. And he will foul tip that one back into the mid of Tristan Ray. Still got a runner in second in the form of Doswell. That is lifted towards shallow right. And your second baseman back onto the grass to make the catch again. He swapped spots a lot. And the number of the jersey only in the back. Well, thank you very much. Zane Edwards kind of like saying, well, there's my number right there. Gave me a look. Zane Edwards with the catch on the Tyler Booth fly ball. Madison Curry will float that one to right, but foul. And the biggest song by Bobby Goldsboro in 1967 was Honey, which was #1 on the U.S. country charts, AC charts, Canadian country, U.S. cash box. Big hit for Bobby Goldsboro. Who apparently is still touring. At least that's what Wikipedia says. Madison Curry, a strikeout victim in the second and a strikeout victim in the fifth. One runner gets on, one runner stranded, 7 hits in the game for Columbia, but still just a 1-run lead as we head to the bottom of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth, Jamison Mullinax starting it off. Jaysean Moten, Xavier Luna, Braden Hatton, and Zane Edwards. Due up in the inning with a new pitcher. And that new pitcher is Shelton Darnell. Darnell not listed as a pitcher. Elmore County product listed as an outfielder. 5'10", 175 pounds, but got a feeling he's done this before. Mullinax with a walk in the second. Mullinax shares a 2025 record, and that's most strikeouts in a row, 4. He was the first to get the 4 straight. And then somebody followed him. Maybe a game or so later. I'm thumbing through notes to see if I can figure out who had the 4 straight. I know this is very important information, so I am digging through my notes to see who had the 4 Ks in a row. There it is. It was a Royal pitcher, and it was Olive. Yeah, he's the guy, too, that had the 7. It's on YouTube. James knew it before I did. I was researching. He found it. Got a strikeout of Mullinax to begin the bottom of the 5th. Jaysean Moten next. Xavier Luna to the on-deck circle. It is Olive that's got the most strikeouts here, 7. Matched Mullinax with 4 straight and Finished with a total of 7. Good look at the Elmore County product. Shelton Darnell. We cover a lot of ACCC junior college baseball, and there have been a number of Darnells. I want to think the last of which was at Wallace Dothan, maybe a couple of years ago. Speaking of Alabama junior college baseball, how about Gage Miller, former Bishop State third baseman, now in the minors? I think he was about a 3rd round, or maybe a 5th round. 3rd, you're probably getting a lot of money. I think he may have been a 5th round pick out of Alabama. Based on how frequently I am wrong, maybe I should research that. I know you're going research, then say. That's just not my, it's not my MO. It's say and then research and go, well, yeah, he was round 3 pick. 92nd pick overall. So that's an Alabama Community College Conference product. Alabama's got another one that played at Wallace Dothan. And I think he's had a pretty good year too. $69-mile-an-hour offering from Darnell to Moton. Had to look it up. That's Cade Snell. I can remember Snell, couldn't remember Cade. But he's at Alabama now. Out of the strike zone to Moton, giving a walk down to first. And a base runner on for Xavier Luna. So Darnell with the strike of one, the walk of the other. On his way to second, and safely there is Moton with the stolen base. In scoring position. Yeah, I'm on a journey right now. We'll talk later. I'm looking for info on Snell and how he performed this year. Hit .363. 10 home runs, 52 RBIs. Pretty good year for Cade Snell. Another Alabama junior college product that has played very well at the D1 collegiate level. That is Luna grounding into the 4-3 that moves Moton to third. And I assure you there are names we are calling out today and called out yesterday that you are going to hear very soon on that big stage. Braden Hatton coming to the plate. Hatton struck out in the second. Zane Edwards moving to the on-deck circle. Hatton, the fourth hitter here in the bottom of the fifth. And the guy pitching will be the guy hitting when we get to the top of the sixth. Shelton Darnell starts it. Carson Davis, Alex Harrington, Reed Hinton, and Heath Matheson all due up. Alex Harrington, by the way, who preceded Shelton Darnell on the hill. 2 innings of work, 10 faced, 2 strikeouts, no walks, 4 hits, 3 runs allowed. $83-mile-an-hour pitch, a little bit inside from Darnell to Hatton. Hatton, a strikeout victim in the second. Fanned by Carson Davis. A 59-minute delay starting at 2:08 this afternoon. Because of lightning, some light rain fell too. Hatton grounding into the 4-3 that will bring in Moten. And that'll make it a 5-5 game. Hatton with the RBI ground out. And Zane Edwards representing the last hitter in the bottom of the fifth. Navy hangs around, gets one more game in against Black. Columbia will wrap it up here. Navy 1-0. And Columbia 1-0-1. Right back up the middle. Over to first goes the throw, put out of Zane Edwards on the 6-3. 5 go up, 4 go down. The one that gets all in compliments of the walk, Moten, comes in to tie the game at 5. Top of the sixth, Shelton Darnell starts it. Carson Davis, Alex Harrington, Reed Hinton, and Heath Matheson due up in the inning. Tylen Kane getting his second and final inning of work in. as it is popped up to left field by Darnell. And the catch made in left by Chris Bowen. One out for Carson Davis. Davis struck out in the third. He's from Ohatchee. Senior this year, infielder, right-handed pitcher at 6'3", 190. And we will assume, make that Carson Davis, by the way. And you got to throw out of your zombie runner. And that typically would be Madison Curry. But instead, it will be Tucker Doswell. So Doswell caught stealing. But it is not the Navy number 10, it is the Columbia number 10 coming to the plate in the form of Carson Davis. So he is a Beauregard product. 20-27 grad infielder and right-handed pitcher. 5'9" and 165. Beauregard considered part of the Auburn Metro. And Davis will get on. Probably would have gotten on either way, but when Rackard couldn't bring it in, it was a guarantee that Davis was aboard. So Davis on and Alex Harrington to the plate. Davis taking off for second, in with the stolen base. Alex Harrington with a fly out to right field in the third. Looking at Beauregard, Ladarius Webb of the Baltimore Ravens is a Beauregard product. Ground to short, throw over to first, a little bit low. Nice dig on the receiving end by Mullinax. Harrington hits into the 6-3, that will move Davis to third. Reed Hinton coming to the plate. Hinton 0 for 1, ground into a 6-3 in the third. Heath Matheson to the on-deck circle. Bottom of the sixth, the end of the way. As that one is floated to center field, tagging is Davis. And it was dropped in center field. So no need to tag, just come on home. Davis on an E. So the error responsible for the run coming in, and Reed Hinton over at first. And here's the final hitter for Columbia, Heath Matheson. Just a little bit outside with the pitch to Matheson at 77 miles an hour from Tylen Kane. Running is Hinton, in with the stolen base at second. An approximate 6:30 start time for the final game of the day, final game of the showcase. Into the strike zone to Heath Matheson, who struck out in the third, came in as a zombie runner in the fourth and got tagged out at home. Swing missed, dropped, picked up, right to first. Out will go Matheson, left on is hitting. One runner's in, one-run ball game. Can Navy tie it? Can Navy win it? We find out in the bottom of the sixth. You can talk about reading the body language of the pitcher. Mullinak's got a huge jump on Darnell and has the stolen base and the tying run in scoring position as the zombie runner here in the bottom of the sixth. Coltucket, who ground into a 5-3. Starting off the inning, Eli Burns, Aiden Laminack, Brent Carroll, and Cross Bowen represent the end of the game. A little bit low in the Shelton Darnell pitch. So Tyree Kane will work a couple of innings and face 10. Strikeout 3. Did not extend a walk. Gave up a total of 2 base hits. And allowed a single run in his 2 innings of work. He being the Navy pitcher for the last 2 innings, the 5th and 6th. Shelton Darnell is the last guy for Columbia. Having worked the 5th, struck out 1, walked 1, gave up a run, did not give up a hit. And now he has struck out the leadoff hitter. That is Duckett for out number 1. So Cole Duckett, the Hewitt Trustfield product, the senior, the outfielder at 6'1", 160. Strikes out, and Eli Burns is next. Burns from Fayetteville, Alabama. There are a lot of Fayettevilles across the country. I know there's North Carolina, South Carolina, but I think the most common city name is maybe Greenwood across the country. Eli Burns with a fly out to center field in his last plate appearance. Floats this one in the direction of left field. And the catch is made there. Well, I may not remember the name, but I remember the socks. That's a Holtville product for Team Columbia in left field, which would make it Madison Curry. So Burns with the fly out, still in second is Mullinax. Aiden Laminack to the plate. Greenville is one of the most common city names. Actually, the most is Washington as a city name. Followed by Springfield, Franklin, Greenville, Bristol, and Clinton. So those are your most common city names. 88 cities in the U.S. named Washington. Laminack popping that one up to the right side. And your second baseman coming in to make the catch. And that is Ben Pugh. Still got a runner at second. And you got two at-bats left. Britt Carroll and Cross Bowen. Outside with the 82-mile-an-hour pitch to Carroll. Carroll popped out to second. He was the fourth out in the third inning. Still trying to get Mullinax in. And still an opportunity for Navy to win it, but to win it, you feel like Britt Carroll's got to get on. And he's got to drive Mullinax in. The one hit that is lacking over the last couple of days is a home run. We've had singles, doubles, triples, but no round trippers. Fouled away by Britt Carroll. And you're talking about 60 at-bats a game. And we're about to wrap up the 8th game. That is 480 at-bats without a home run. Popped up to the right side. Mullinax will not tag. Able to get to it quickly was O'Brien. Fired over to third, convinced Mullinax to stay put. And if you are Cross Bowen and you want Navy to win it, you got to do something that has not happened in now 479 at-bats. Kind of reminds me of the movie Dumb and Dumber. You know, where Jim Carrey asked the lovely lady if he had a chance. She said, 1 in a million. And he says, so you're saying I got a chance? There is a chance. And it's not 1 in a million. On the inside part of the plate. But at this point, the odds don't favor a Navy win. Odds at best favor a Navy tie. 83-mile-an-hour pitch from Darnell. High with the 84-mile-an-hour toss. Well, I mentioned that Darnell is listed as an outfielder, but if you're throwing mid-80s consistently like he does, you're pitching quite a bit for Elmore County, too. Came here as an outfielder, but I feel fairly certain that he is part of the rotation in Elmore County. Swing, a miss, and out will go Bowen. Mullinax left on, and this ball game won by Columbia. 6-5 final. Navy finishing with a total of 6 base hits, stranding 6, committing a couple of errors. And their runs came in the 2nd, 4th, and 5th. For Columbia, 8 hits, 1 error, 6 left on, 2 runs in the 1st, 3 runs in the 4th, and 1 run in the 6th. Speaking of one more game to go. Team Navy and Team Black. That is coming up in about 20. Right about 6:30. We will see you then. We are one pitch into the last game of the day. Black and Navy. And Black taking the first pitch. Sending it over to first and a quick step over to the bag. We'll get the out. So there is one away with Mac Hayes next. Team Navy's got Cross Bowen on the hill. Boy, it's difficult for me to distinguish between Black and Navy. Very similar colors. Nearly black is Navy, but I guess Black is black. As Mac Hayes steps in. Thank you very much, my new best friend. Well, I mean, he was my new best friend before getting paid, but I guess that would be the new best of friend. As you got another ground out, this one from Mac Hayes. And that will bring Will Jackson to the plate. Third hitter in the inning, Will Jackson. Moving to the on-deck circle is Braden Murray. Your pitcher, I mentioned Cross Bowen from Coleman. 2027 grad, outfielder, right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 145, and he will get Will Jackson for strike out number 1 and out number 3. And that'll bring Braden Murray to the plate, the University Charter product. 2026 grad, outfielder and right-handed pitcher. 6'1", 185. Hudson Robbins moving to the on-deck circle. Well, I said the game would have a 6:30 start. Man, you talk about a quick turnaround. It was a 6:07 finish for the game that preceded and a 6:20 start for the game that follows. So you're talking about 13 minutes in between. Well, I mentioned before, ALABCA, this is a well-oiled machine. And they know how to expedite and expedite quickly. Braden Murray taking an 86-mile-an-hour pitch outside of the strike zone. Braden Murray, University Charter product. One of 2, I believe, here this weekend from University Charter. And I'm calling Tuesday and Wednesday a weekend. That's a little unusual, too, that the ALABCA All-Star event in the middle of the week, but I like that. It's kind of a opportunity to get on campus when things maybe are a little less congested during the course of the day versus the weekend when maybe at least community-wise they are more so. That is a base hit from Murray. Hudson Robbins coming to the plate. That is a high fly ball towards right field. Looked like it had more carry on it than it actually did. 276 feet for the out. And that will do it for Hudson Robbins and do it for Team Black in the top of the first. John Michael Mordecai on the hill for Team Black. Meanwhile, it is Cross Bowen who is at the plate. As we get the bottom of the first underway, last game of the day in progress. And in the game that just finished, we had a Team Columbia win over Team Navy. Navy hadn't played since the first game yesterday. And then they have to play back-to-back. And take to the diamond after a loss, trying to beat Black. And Cross Bowen starting it off. Ground to second, Bowen will hit into the 4-3. And there is one away. Team Navy sending Britt Carroll to the plate. John Michael Mordecai, Wicksburg product, 2026 grad outfielder and left-handed pitcher. 5'9", 155. $73-mile-an-hour offering from Mordecai. On deck is Aiden Laminack. That is popped up to the right side. And coming over from second to make the catch is Miller Lombardi. So Carroll with a fly out for out number 2. And that has got Aiden Laminack next. Five hitters come to the plate. By now, you're probably familiar with the process. 5 come to the plate in the top and the bottom part of each inning. Every other inning, second, 4, and 6, got a zombie runner to begin the inning. Ground by Laminack towards first, covering the bag, Mordecai. And the putout will go 3-1. 3 up and 3 gone. Play over at first by Mac Hayes. Next, Eli Burns. Moving to the on-deck circle is Cole Duckett. And Duckett representing the 5th hitter in the inning. Scoreless top part of the inning. Black hoping that it's a scoreless bottom part. Navy would like to play some runs with 2 more hitters coming to the plate. And this is one of the 2. Eli Burns from Fayetteville, 2027 grad outfielder, 5'11", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Swing and a miss at a 67-mile-an-hour pitch. That is a base hit down the line, hugs the chalk. On his way to second is Eli Burns, and he will get there with a 3-out double. So in scoring position for Duck and an opportunity for Navy to leave the first with a run in place. Cole Duck into the plate from Hewitt Trustful. He will be entering his senior year, outfielder at 6'1", 160. That is a high fly ball to center field, but your center fielder right where he needs to be to make the catch. Didn't move much. One base hit, but nobody scores. We played one and are scoreless. Got a zombie runner aboard, and that zombie runner is Owen Piles. And Piles will make his way to second. Here in the top of the second. Corbin Knotts at the plate. Corbin Knotts from Eufaula, 2026 grad, outfielder at 5'6", 135. And as a base runner in scoring position. As you got your last game of the day underway. A little bit inside with the pitch to Knott. Cross Bowen working his second inning. Most pitchers, 2. There have been a handful with 1. 73-mile-an-hour pitch inside to Cross Bowen. Or from Bowen to Knotts. Bowen from Coleman, 2027 grad, outfielder and right-handed pitcher. 5'10", 145. Ground to short. Knott is out over at first. 6-3 goes to put out the zombie runner, making his way to third. And that's got Miller Lombardi coming to the plate. Lombardi from Wetumpka, 2027 grad, infielder, right-handed pitcher, 6-footer at 150. Left-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. Pound away by Lombardi. Big thank you to the folks here at the ALABCA. I mentioned, I think it's 6 years now. Started with the COVID year, which was 2020. So if we were there for the summer of 2020 and now in the summer of 25. Wow, right up the middle. Bowen saw his life flash before his eyes. And in to score is Owen Piles on the Lombardi. Hot shot up the middle. Wow, that is close. I mean, you saw from Bowen that there was just a slight hesitation to react as soon as it was hit. And then he realized it was headed his way and ducked. And wow, that was just over the head of Bowen. Lombardi on his way to second in with a stolen base. There are many reasons why I wouldn't pitch. Foremost is that I can't. But secondly would be shots like that. I don't think you could throw with all the armor that I would require to get that short distance away from these hitters. John Michael Mordecai, your Team Black pitcher. Batting here in the top of the second. There's another liner, and there is the catch and the double play. Mullinax, another great play. And able to turn the DP, getting Lombardi off the bag as well. That will bring Bryce Brooks to the plate. He is the fourth hitter in the top of the second. One more to go, and that hitter is Matthew Drinkwater. That's a high fly ball to left field. Out goes Brooks, and here comes Drinkwater. Jay-Sean Moten with a catch in left field. And Matthew Drinkwater is next. One run in, 1-0 ball game. Team Black Navy coming to bat in the bottom part of the inning. One more hitter, Matthew Drinkwater, in the top of the second. And Cross Bowen, finishing up his tenure on the hill, has given up a couple of hits and a run. Doesn't have a walk, doesn't have a strikeout. Here's the Bowen pitch, outside at 78 miles an hour. And apparently that was a walk given to Drinkwater. Technically, he is left on at first. One run in, Black by one, as we head to the bottom of the second. Got a zombie runner aboard. That zombie runner is Eli Burns as we get the second inning underway. And starting off the inning for Team Navy, Zane Edwards. Moving to the on-deck circle, Braden Hatton. That one fouled away by Edwards. At the end of two, we are a third of the way through. And we are looking at the moment, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of an 8:15 ending. As you got a strikeout of Zane Edwards. And I would say that's not too shabby, considering that 1 hour rain delay and the fact that it really looked like it could be much longer. Had about a 3-hour delay yesterday. That is Burns in with a stolen base at second. Braden Hatton from Russellville, 2026 grad. Infielder at 5'8", 165. Jamison Mullinax is on deck. Ground to short. High throw, and that is going to pull off your first baseman, Mac Hayes. So an error is charged, and a couple of runners are on. Hatton on at first, compliments of the error. Burns will go to third. And that's got Jamison Mullinax coming to the plate. Here's the Mordecai pitch, just a little bit high and away. It all started at 9 a.m. yesterday morning. Continued until about 11 o'clock last night. I think we put 14 hours in yesterday. Kicked it back off at 9 a.m. this morning. By the way, I'm not sure if I mentioned the stellar crew this morning. I'm trying to think back to try to go through all the formalities to begin a ball game. If not, James Crenshaw producing, camera ops Lauren and Juwan. That is a fair ball. Got it right down the line into left field. And Mullinax will drive in. Burns on his way to third. Hatton, Mullinax with a double, has tied the game at 1. And has Navy poised to take the lead. So an RBI double with Hatton at third, Mullinax at second. And Jay-Sean Moten coming to the plate. Moten, the fourth hitter in the inning. The fifth one is Xavier Luna, and he is on deck. Foul off of the screen. Top of the third represents the bottom part of the order for Team Black. When you get through those 5, you've been through every one of the hitters once for Black. Throw down to third, and able to get back safely was Hatton. And after the bottom of the third, we are halfway there. That is dropped into left field, base hit. It'll bring in Hatton. Mullinax goes to third. And on his way to second there safely is Moten. And it is Navy that claims the one-run lead. Well, and if you can get a Xavier Luna base hit, you would have a 4-run inning. There hasn't been one yet. Luna representing the last hitter here in the second. 2 runs are in. 77-mile-an-hour pitch from Mordecai. Finishing up his second inning of work, Cross Bowen has already wrapped up his 2 innings. Mordecai's pitch, high inside, 77 miles an hour. Couple of base runners on. You've got Moten at second, Mullinax at third. So the M&M's aboard, and Luna trying to bring him in. Add to the lead, 2-1 currently. It was a one-run ball game coming into the bottom of the second. 1 run now. And there apparently is the strikeout of Luna that puts it into the inning. But that 1 run now belongs to Navy as we head to the black, top of the third. Top of the third gets underway. Sean Smith is starting. And your new pitcher is Xavier Luna. Crossbowman will work 2 innings, faced 10. Had a strikeout, a walk, 2 hits, and a run allowed. And after his couple of innings of work, hands it over to Xavier Luna. The Ohatchee product. 2026 grad, right-handed pitcher. 6'3", 190, that is floated in the direction of center field. And Moten will go over and make the catch 293 feet, 7 inches from home plate. And Sean Smith with the flyout. Ashton Trammell next. Ashton Trammell from Handlin, 2026 grad infielder at 5'10", 180. Right-handed hitter and thrower inside with the 84-mile-an-hour pitch from Luna. Little check swing from Trammell. That was a 68-mile-an-hour Luna pitch. That is popped up. Catch made at short. That is Braden Hatton from Russellville. 77-mile-an-hour exit speed on the shot from Trammell. Two gone with Brody Cook next. Cook from Rehoboth, 2027 grad infielder, 5'11", 215. '83 followed by 66. 83-mile-an-hour pitch. With toss 1 to Cook, toss 2 a lot slower. About 17 miles an hour slower. There's an 82 that is swung on and missed by Cook. Well, everybody else is gone. Team Navy and Team Black, all that's left. Columbia, Forest, Royal, and Cardinal, all exiting. Team Black under the coaching tutelage of Bubba Frichter from Enterprise State. Harold Dunbar from Shades Valley. Eric Varnendor from Fort Payne. Team Navy's got Josh Jennings from Gadsden State. Rob Coleman from Ramsey and Mike Mordecai from Northside Methodist. Brody Cook with a swing and miss. I think it is hard for these players to get used to the fact that it's 5 at-bats and not 3 outs. It sure looked like Tristan Ray was, hey, let's go to the dugout. Out number 3, but no, 2 more to go. And one of the 2 is Luke Hudson. He'll slap that one towards left field, drops in as a base hit. That'll be base hit number 3 for Team Black. So Luke Hudson delivering. And the fifth hitter in the inning coming to the plate. Inside to Aiden Story. And Story, the 15th hitter for Team Black. After the Story at bat, everybody's got one. That's a high fly ball towards the wall, right field, and it leaves the park. Nobody else has done it, but Aiden Story has. 351 feet and 2 inches. Exit speed of 94. And Aiden Story with a home run. A 2-run shot to put it in to the top of the third. We've still got a 1-run game, but it's flip-flopped back over to Team Black. We head to the bottom of the third. Tristan Ray to start it off. It has finally happened. The 505th at-bat of this all-star event. And now we've got a home run to add to our hitting repertoire. We've had singles, doubles, triples, and we're home run free. But Aiden Story changed all that. Nearly 352 feet. So he gets the first home run. He's got the furthest hit. And Aiden Story is the story. Makes it a 3-2 ball game. Headed to the bottom of the third. Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Tristan Ray. On deck is Ryan Sipes. So we've had 1-run leads. As a matter of fact, nothing but 1-run leads as Tristan Ray will strike out. but they have belonged to different folks. Black with a 1-run lead going into the bottom of the second. Navy with a 1-run lead going into the top of the third. Black with a 1-run lead into the bottom of the fifth. It was a little Ryan Sipes dance move. That was like a square dance move to get out of the way. That 69-mile-an-hour pitch shot into center field. It'll be a Ryan Sipes base hit. And a runner on for Cooper Wharton. Your new Team Black pitcher is Mac Hayes from Eufaula. John Michael Mordecai works 2 innings, faces 10, 2 strikeouts, no walks, 3 hits, and 2 runs given up. Just a little bit inside with a pitch to Cooper Wharton. Wharton from Boaz, 2027 grad. Catcher at 5'11", 165. Right-handed hitter, right-handed thrower. A good look at your former first baseman turned pitcher, Mac Hayes. That's hit pretty well by Wharton. It will drop in front of the warning track and right in front. I'll make that right into the mitt of your Team Black left fielder out, and we'll go Wharton with the fly out. Tagging going to second is Sipes. And your 4th hitter in the inning coming to the plate in the form of Matthew Wilson. Dropped it first. That'll be an 8-3 that gets Wilson on. And you got runners at first and third with the 5th hitter in the inning coming to the plate, Peyton Rackard. Strike delivered to Rackard. Couple of base runners on. That is a base hit into left field. It brings in Sipes and gives Rackard an RBI that ties the game up at 3. We played 3. We're tied at 3. Going to the 4th on JockJive. Easton Grace hitting that one high and long to center field, but not long enough. 320 feet. And your zombie runner trotting back to first. On the fly out by Easton Grace, who is 0 for 2 in the game. And trying to sneak a look, so that is 1-0. Tavares Jackson from Prattville running. And he'll get in with a stolen base at second. Mac Hayes with a ground out in the first. 0 for 1 in the game. Will Jackson, Braden Murray, and Hudson Robbins. 2 up in the inning, 2. We are in the top of the fourth and over the hill, headed to the bottom. Not in a bad way, a good way. To the end of the highway. The line at the end of the tunnel. $80-mile-an-hour pitch from Xavier Luna. That one slightly swung on by Mac Hayes. And don't forget about subscribing to our YouTube channel. Not many more opportunities to remind you. Sure would like to be at 6,800. We're 59 away. Throw over by Eli Burns, but will not get Mac Hayes. He is on. Meanwhile, Tavares Jackson going to third. And Will Jackson coming to the plate. Will Jackson with a strikeout in the first. Braden Murray to the on-deck circle. Braden Murray moving to the on-deck circle. Top of the order coming to the plate when you get to the bottom of the fourth. We anticipate Crossbone, Britt Carroll, Aiden Laminack, Eli Burns, and Cole Duckett. All coming up in the bottom part of the inning. Don't forget, 2 baseball this weekend showcase series right here at Troy University. Tim Altork on the call. And I will head to Nicholls State tomorrow night for baseball on Friday in Thibodaux as part of the showcase. And before the month is out, the Native American All-Star event at Truist Stadium in Atlanta. More Showcase Series baseball and more ALABCA baseball. And if you want copies of this, the showcase, well, thinking about a trip home to get Jackson was your second baseman, and that is Braden Hatton. But Hatton says, nah, let me go ahead and get the sure out on the fourth we put out of Jackson. Hayes will move to third. Jackson, as in Tavares, scores. And Jackson, as in Will, drives him in. Braden Murray next. Hudson Robbins on deck. High and inside with a 74-mile-an-hour pitch. This year just zipping right along. We are into the 11th day of the 6th month. 1 ball, couple of strikes on Murray. Strike 3 on the inside part of the plate. And Murray is technically out number 3. Still got a runner at third. Still got a hitter coming to the plate in the form of Hudson Robbins. Robbins with a fly out to right field. Corbin nods to the on-deck circle. That is hit pretty well. Deep center field, but able to make the over-the-shoulder catch is Cross Bowen. 324 feet, but Bowen right where he needs to be to make the catch on the Hudson Robbins fly ball. Top of the order, beginning the bottom of the fourth. Cross Bowen will start it. Britt Carroll, Aiden Laminack, Eli Burns, Cole Duckett. All due up here in the bottom of the fourth in a one-run game. Tavares Jackson coming in on a Will Jackson 4-3 putout. And that has broken the 3-3 tie. Turn it into a one-run lead again. And the lead belonging to Black. Got a runner on. That runner is Jamison Mullinax. And he'll head back to first on the fly out by Bowen. Brent Carroll next. He popped out to second. That happened back in the first. At the plate in the fourth. Mac Hayes getting his second inning of work in, and tagged out is Mullinax trying to steal second. So one hitter but two outs. And Brent Carroll, who had a runner aboard when he took the first pitch from Mac Hayes, has nobody on. Xavier Luna has wrapped up his 2 innings of work for Team Navy. We will see who Navy puts on the hill in the fifth. 1 ball, couple of strikes to Carroll. Outside with the pitch to Albertville's Britt Carroll. Right there, I think, at the base of Sand Mountain. He will be entering his junior year. Infielder 5'9", 150 right up the middle. That will ricochet off Hayes, trying to get to it, but not able to make the throw over is Bryce Brooks. And I'll put unofficially Britt Carroll down for a base hit. A runner on for Aiden Laminack. Laminack ground into a 3-1. 0 for 2 in the game. That put out 3-1 came in the bottom of the first. Eli Burns on deck. Knotts, Lombardi, Mordecai Brooks, and Drinkwater in the fifth, as that one is sent foul. Back towards the screen. Exit speed of 59. A little bit inside with a 66-mile-an-hour pitch to Laminack. Cleburne County product. Outfielder, class of 27. Shot towards center field, and diving, trying to come up with it, was Corbin Knotts. Hopped out of the mitt. You got a couple of base runners on, or do you? You do. Safely at third is Britt Carroll. That just ricocheted. Knotts trying to make the catch in center field, and let's see the play at third. Carroll. Wow, that's close. That is close. Shot towards left field, and that's going to drop in as a base hit. In to score comes Carroll. Laminack makes his way to third. At first is Eli Burns. And your fifth hitter in the inning, Cole Duckett, coming to the plate. From Hewitt-Trussville, class of 26. Graduating in May, outfielder, 6'1", 160. Outside with a 71-mile-an-hour pitch. Cole Duckett with a fly out to center field in the first. And there's another play in left field. This one caught, and 2 runners are stranded. We were tied at 3 going into the fourth. We're going to be tied at 4 going into the fifth. Fouled away by Corbin Knotts as we get the top of the fifth underway. And we are now 2/3 of the way through the game, with a third to go. Knotts swings, misses, couple of strikes. When it's all done and over with, we will have watched 540 at-bats. Ground to short. Wow, you talk about great speed. That's what speed will do for you. Knotts able to beat it out and get on with a leadoff single. And this is a lesson in never quitting. And shoot, he beat it by a mile. Well, the proverbial mile. Not a literal one. Miller Lombardi is next. John Michael Mordecai, Bryce Brooks, Matthew Drinkwater due up in the inning too. Knotts running, it is popped up, and it'll get out of play. 100 feet from home plate. And a shot over towards second. No possibility for two. Knotts was already on his way to second. So Lombardi will ground into the 4-3. Then moves that tie-breaking run into scoring position for John Michael Mordecai. Mordecai lined out to first, and as a result, Lombardi, who was at first, got doubled up. Floated towards left field. That'll be a base hit. And then it will bounce beyond Eli Burns. In to score is Corbin Knotts. And it's a 5-4 game. So it's a single and an error. Moving Mordecai to second, bringing in the run. Bryce Brooks flew out to left field. Well, life is a continual set of lessons. As this is popped up to center by Bryce Brooks, tagging is Mordecai, going to third on the flyout. And today's lesson is, I think, from now on, I won't be so cheap with scorebooks. I'll just use the pages that are intended for scorekeeping and not trying to modify. It took me a while to figure out who scored the run. Corbin Knotts. Had to decipher all this encoding, had to decode it. Mordecai coming in from third on the wild pitch. There is your first lead bigger than one. And it's a 6-4 advantage. Matthew Drinkwater swings and misses. Drinkwater with a walk in the second. He was walked by Cross Bowen, the only walk that Bowen extended. Swung on and missed. Dropped. On to first goes Drinkwater. And Peyton Rackard will wrap up his first inning of work, taking care of Drinkwater and allowing 2 runs to play. Bottom of the fifth gets underway. Zane Edwards starts it. Braden Hatton, Jamison Mullinax, Jay-Sean Mutton, and Xavier Luna. All two up in the inning. That was an 85-mile-an-hour pitch. As Zane Edwards sends that to right, 273 feet away. And there is one away from your new pitcher, Matthew Drinkwater. So Drinkwater will likely be the last pitcher for Team Black. Mac Hayes working a couple of innings. Obviously faced 10. He will strike out 1. No walks, gives up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 base hits. As you got Braden Hatton grounding into the unassisted put out at first. This is Xavier Luna. So we're kind of hopping around in the order. Hopped over Mullinax and Moten. It looks like Moten has moved to the on-deck circle. So we'll move down to the Xavier Luna at-bat. He struck out in the second. Third hitter of 5. That's 87 miles an hour from Drinkwater. Our fastest pitch has been 88. Another at 87. And the count goes even at 2 on Luna. Well, now I'm starting to wonder if the data tracking is stuck. That's 3 in a row at 87. Well, if it was stuck, it's not now. 71 with the off speed. Third hitter of 5 in the fifth. 86 and just a smidge outside. That is ground in the direction of first. It will go foul. Matthew Drinkwater over to field. And back into the box will step Luna. Drinkwater from James Clements, 2026 graduate. 71 and got the inside part of the plate on Luna. And we're back to Jay-Sean Moten. And I say we're back to, hopped over him in the order. First trip through the rotation. He batted in front of Luna. Here Luna bats in front of he. And Mullinax, who batted in front of Moten, who batted in front of Luna, now bats behind Moten, who bats behind Luna. We had a brief conversation with the officials. I'm not sure what the conversation was about. One of our ALABCA officials coming over for the chat. Moten coming to the plate. Boy, Drinkwater is flirting with that fastest pitch. He's hit 86 consistently, 87 consistently. Just a little bit high there to Moten. Moten with a single in the second. 2-1 on Moton after the 86-mile-an-hour pitch from Drinkwater. Drinkwater, another of the Johnny Johnson pupils. An understudy. Just a little bit inside at 86. Man, I keep watching that gun to see if we get an 89. We've gotten an 86, an 87. That's at 86 and driven into left field. 97-mile-an-hour exit speed. 207 feet in Moton, standing at second. And the fifth hitter in the inning, Jamison Mullinax, coming to the plate. Mullinax with a double. And that double came in the second. Sean Smith, Ashton Trammell, Brody Cook, Luke Hudson, Aiden Story in the top of the sixth as the last five hitters for Team Black will come to the plate. Then we'll hit Mullinax. That stings a bit. 86-mile-an-hour pitch. Drinkwater, though, asking, "You okay?" Thumbs up given by Mullinax. And the at-bat continues. 2-run lead, Team Black. A hitter away from the sixth inning. So with 540 at-bats, if the average at-bat is 3 pitches, probably more like 4, that is floated into right center field, and Mullinax got himself at least 2, maybe 3. Run comes in, or did it? And I think that may be, you got an injury. So that's what James was pointing to. Trying to grab my attention, a player underneath the SARHA sign. Trying to track down that long fly ball. And I think that was John Michael Mordecai. But apparently okay. Good to see as we head to the sixth. Well, your zombie runner is a hitter that we have not seen, or a player we have not seen in the game, Owen Piles. And the guy at the plate we have seen, Sean Smith. Sean Smith with a fly out to center field in the third. And a stolen base for Owen Piles. So he is in scoring position. 2-run lead for Team Black. Thrown down to second, able to get back in safely with a high toss is Piles. Obviously, with a 2-run lead going into the sixth, and both teams sending the same number of players to the plate, and both with a zombie runner, theoretically, Black can put it out of reach here in the top of the sixth. That is Mordecai, by the way, who is trotting now over to the dugout, looking okay. Just ran into the wall, trying to track down that high fly ball from Jamison Mullinax. A strikeout of Sean Smith, one away. Well, and that is Daddy Mordecai now walking over in the direction of John Michael Mordecai. But grabbing a chair. I don't think he's that concerned. Thinks that, and I'm pulling all this information just by looking at body language. But there didn't seem to be a massive amount of urgency, so hopefully Mordecai's okay. Piles down to third. 90 feet away for Ashton Trammell. Well, Navy is the only team, I believe, in the 2 days of baseball here to have 2 double-digit hit games. Had 11 in their first game, have 10 in this one. Ashton Trammell flew out to short in the third. He is the second hitter of 5 in the sixth. Matthew Drinkwater getting his second inning of work in. Or is that Drinkwater? That may be a new pitcher. If so, Drinkwater worked an inning. And that is a new guy. That is Brody Cook. And he will strike out back-to-back hitters in Smith and Trammell. So Matthew Drinkwater works an inning. Wait a minute. This is Peyton Rackard. See, I told you that the really dark navy blue and the black fool me. They fooled me earlier. So it is Peyton Rackard who was getting his second inning of work in for Navy. Facing Brody Cook with 2 gone. Luke Hudson and Aiden Story 2 up in the inning too. Piles scoring from third. And it's back to a 2-run lead for Team Black. Brody Cook with a single and a run scored in the third inning. We are creeping up on the 11th hour of baseball on this Wednesday after a 14-hour yesterday. 25 in all. So 25 hours of baseball in 48 hours. Swing a miss. There is back-to-back-to-back Ks for Rackard. Well, if you want to get into rarefied pitching air And you or Peyton Racker then strike out Luke Hudson. And technically, he's already got 4 because he fanned Bryce Brooks to end the 5th. So he's kind of already sniffed that rarefied air. Nobody has fanned 5 straight. But there is a second strike on Luke Hudson. Fouled back by Luke Hudson. That was an 85-mile-an-hour pitch outside with the Rackard 75-mile-an-hour toss. Rackard of Hillcrest, Tuscaloosa, 2027 grad infielder, 5'11", 200 pounds. Swing, a miss, and out will go Hudson. It covers the span of a couple of innings, but that is 5 in a row struck out by Rackard. And he's got that stat all to himself. Olive and Mullinax had fanned 4 straight. But 4 in this inning and 1 to end the 5th. That is 5 straight for Rackard. Here's a record holder, too. So now you're talking about a battle of the record holders. Story with the only home run, and Rackard with the only string of 5 straight Ks. And the ground out by Story puts it into the top of the 6th. Into the road for the Team Black hitters. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Team Navy looking to end it with a win, down by 2. Bottom of the 6th gets underway. It is Tristan Ray who will start it. Ryan Sipes, Cooper Wharton, Matthew Wilson, Peyton Rackard. And we are 5 at-bats away from the end of the Upperclassmen showcase with the underclassmen here in a couple of weeks. Got a zombie runner, that is Mullinax, and Mullinax winds up at second. So Peyton Rackard will finish with 2 innings of work, facing 10, striking out 5, and did it all in a row. Gave up 3 runs off a total of a single, 2 base hits. So a couple of singles. And Matthew Drinkwater now pitching for Black. Trying to put an end to the Navy 6th. Ray, Sipes, Wharton, Wilson, and Rackard. Swing and a miss, and Ray's out number 1. And Drinkwater will pick up his second strikeout. Next, Ryan Sipes. Well, James, you're certain Ryan's no kin to Brian. Okay. So we will move along. Give him his last at-bat here in the bottom of the sixth. Big thank you to all the folks affiliated with the ALABCA. Great to work with Johnny Johnson. And again, you got a brand new guy at the helm, Barry Dean, calling it an executive director career. He will still be affiliated with the ALABCA, but there's a new director. As you got the ground out to first by Sipes, that moves Mullinax to third. And your new executive director is Todd Watts. Matter of fact, we were just talking about Todd, the new executive director here. Congratulations on the new post. I should have got a microphone or something or some headphones. If I had known Todd was coming in, I would. But congratulations, and I was. It's interesting that you walk in at this time because I was talking about how much we enjoy working with the ALABCA and looking forward to your tenure as executive director. Well, we are as well. Well, we appreciate that very much. And as I mentioned, next time I'm going to be prepared with some headsets to get you on the air, and we'll let you do your best Barry Dean. He is one of a kind. We'll leave it at that. As you got Cooper Wharton. But we appreciate so much the folks here with the ALABCA allowing us the opportunity. As Wharton will ground out, and it'll bring in a run too, as Hatton comes in to score. Matthew Wilson coming to the plate. And Peyton Rackard on deck too. So again, thank you very much, Todd Watts. Looking forward to working with Todd, the new executive director, Johnny Johnson, all the folks affiliated with the ALABCA. Thanks to Troy University. And you talk about terrific hosts. If we didn't have internet, we didn't have a spot in the booth, if we didn't have cover, we'd have some ruined equipment and you wouldn't be able to watch the stream. That is ground by Wilson over to first. And you've got everybody out except Peyton Rackard. In a one-run ball game, 7-6. But, of course, most importantly, thank you for watching. Almost every broadcast, I say it. But if you weren't watching, well, what the heck? When we need to be here, you are, and we appreciate that. And we might wrap this up before 8 o'clock. Rackard with an RBI. Grounds to short. Throw to first. Ball game over. Won by Black. 6-5. We've seen some heck of a ball games, tight games over the course of the 2 days, and obviously some stellar play. And I would be remiss without mentioning our terrific crew, James Crenshaw producing, and on cameras, Lauren and Jawan. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in a couple of weeks when the underclassmen come to Troy University. For all the folks with the ALABCA and JockJive, I'm Robert Williamson. So long, everybody.